time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Old Home Week 2025 continues, and we get closer and closer to the 66th running of the Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery, and it is Thursday during Old Home Week, August the 14th. It's hard to believe we're getting this close to it, and it just seems like the week has been flying by. Race Day live from beautiful Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. You're with Lee Drake, along with Kurt Hughes, Ken Workington, and Vance Cameron, getting ready to call all the action for you tonight, and we'll take you through the program. And guys, we're going to start off with the temperature in the high 20s. Boy, there's been a storyline in weather since we started Old Home Week, and the storyline continues tonight and gets a little bit, well, I guess you could say a bit more complicated, but high 20s for the temperature, a mixture of sun and cloud right now. The wind southwest at 14 kilometers an hour. Sunset's coming down at 8:24, and there's a chance of rain or even some thunder showers in the forecast. And you take a look outside there, it looks like something is on its way, but all we can do is roll with it right now at this point. The track crew did apply rock dust today at 2 o'clock, so they're prepped for the rain. And although we do need it, let's hope we don't get much of it for tonight and in the rest of the way. Well, we have an action-packed program for you. We have the pregame coming up. That's going to be special at 5:45. And just before we do that, Kurt, let's key in on the Atlantic Sire Stakes. And the 2-year-old Colts are in division race number 6 tonight. They go for a purse of $11,460.
Yeah, field of 6, Lee. And Den of Thieves, he's really turned a corner over the last couple starts. He was a winner there 2 starts back in a PEI Colts State grassroots event, 58-4. And then in an overnight, almost a month off, he had post 8, got away 4th, and then it was a brush and crush for Murner in 57-2, 29-1 final quarter. He is the outside again today, but he does get a little post relief. He moves in 2 spots to post 6, so I think he is the one to beat in that 6th race. I think Woodmere Kobe on the rail for Kenny Arsenault, he's got an excellent shot as well. He kicked home in 27 and change in his last outing, and so that one sets up to be a really dandy race. Fire and Blood's also in there, 0-260, Smiling with Lou, and Real Fancy Pants rounds out that talented group in race 6.
All right, and later on in the program, Ken, we do have the Joe and Wall Hennessy Memorial. It's carded for race number 12 tonight. Nice to have Wally Hennessy back home after that 12,000th career win at Saratoga recently. So they'll be there along with the Hennessy family tonight, and a good-looking field in there, too.
Yeah, Kurt Hughes, who's the author of the Post-Time Picks tonight, kind of summed it up there in one of the comments. Not much separating this field. I like the 7 Manterio. He's a classy horse, classy hard knocker, a solid runner-up in 3 of his last 4. The 4 Nothing Bugs Me. He's the hot horse in there. The 4-year-old bumps up a notch in class, going for 4 consecutive wins with Gilles Barrio, the 5-2 morning line choice. And the 2 Sports Teller, I'm going to throw him in there. He took a late shot at Nothing Bugs Me and settled for the deuce with a 27-4, but he remains razor sharp and draws inside again. A great field in race 12.
Okay, so let's get all the program and equipment changes on this Thursday night race program, and we'll send it upstairs to the voice who will call all the action tonight, or most of it. That's Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Lee, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park. For tonight's racing program, event number 32 of the meeting, fast track conditions, 24 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Dylan Allain. Joining us from mainland New Brunswick tonight, the associate judge is Mr. Bob Wallace, and also joined by associate judge Mr. Gary Devine. Now here are tonight's program and equipment changes. We'll start it off in race number 1, a division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes. In the first race, scratch number 7, St. Patrick's Morn. Race 1, scratch 7, St. Patrick's Morn. Next change, you'll go to race number 6. It's another division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes. In the sixth race, number 30260, adding a tongue tie. Turning over to race number 7. Another division of the Atlantic Sires. In the seventh race, number 7, Choose Me, removing the jawbreaker, adding a snake cord and bell boots. Final change on the program is in the final race tonight. That's race number 13. In the 13th, number 7, Solid Silver, going from open to blind bridle. That will wrap up the changes on tonight's racing program. The Par Mutual wickets, they're open, they're selling. First race post time, 6 o'clock. That leaves you 24 minutes to make your first race decisions.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abegued Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Good evening and welcome back to Race Day Live. Kurt Hughes and Ken Workington here with you this evening for this Thursday night program. We have the Joe and Wall Hennessy, and we also have the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 2-year-old colts. But in this pregame, we've been highlighting all week great horses over the last 20 years as we celebrate the 20th anniversary here at Red Shores. And tonight we are highlighting another one, and this is a trotter, Waiting on a Woman. And to say it briefly, this one knew how to win.
Yeah, a certified war horse, right? As we take this trip down memory lane, Waiting on a woman, that's woman single, makes a record-breaking history. Back in 2011, it was September the 5th, winning a PEI Colt stake in 158 and 4. Corey McPherson for trainer Mitchell Tierney. Mitchell and David Tierney were the breeders of this horse, and he had a remarkable career. He raced up until age 14 for Kyle Spagnola. I saw him race 3 seasons at the Meadowlands, and he was a winning machine. He had 82 career victories, 278 starts, $638,000 in earnings, and a mark of 152 and 2.
Pretty amazing career. Like you said, he's won many races, lots of highlights to get to, but we're going to show you one right now. So here is Waiting on a Woman. Okay, a little problem with our audio there with our highlight of Waiting on a Woman and Corey McPherson, but this is a PEI Colt Stakes victory back in 2011, so let's roll that tape now.
And Kurt, I was going to say it was a wire-to-wire, but not really. He was battling with Maple Leaf Spirit. You're going to see Maple Leaf Spirit cut the corner sharply there in turn 3 and actually get the lead from Waiting on a Woman. And they're going to hook up and battle through the remainder of this race here in 158 and 4. So it's Maple Leaf Spirit up front, the arch rival of Waiting on a Woman, who again won races at the Meadowlands 2015, 16, and 2017. And back in 2013, he was 16 for 33, 16 career victories. And you can see right here, it is a fierce tussle past 3 quarters. And coming on is Waiting on a Woman, who again gave up that lead, battled back, and equals the all-age track record. You can't miss him there with the white hood. And this is Corey McPherson, of course, in the sulky. And he's going to draw clear by about a length in 158 and 4.
Yeah, it was a big effort. And Waiting on a Woman, the way you had to drive that trotter in the turns, I knew what Corey was doing, kind of staying out a little bit, but Ralph Neer took full advantage there, going into that 5/8 turn and kind of went up the inside there. And so Corey was kind of hung out, but that just showed the true grit and determination from Waiting on a Woman. Just wouldn't let the lead go and just kept on driving right to the wire. And I remember back on Virtual Attack Room, we had the Virtual Attack Room videos. You remember those, Ken, during the first part of COVID there. Lee Drake, Peter McPhee, and the late Ken Oakes, along with Jerry McCabe, they hosted a show, and they had a lot of guests on. They had Corey McPherson, the driver of Waiting on a Woman, on the show. And I remember the interview where Corey talked about, they asked him how early on he knew Waiting on a Woman was talented, whether the talent was there early or it came later. And Corey said, I knew in March. He said to Mitch Tierney, the trainer, that I didn't know how fast I went training, but this one was special. And so he was special right from day one, according to Corey, who did a lot of the training and driving.
So it was record-breaking history there, 158.4, and he also was the fastest 2-year-old of all time maritime spread back in 2010. So multiple record setter, and I looked up later in his career, he raced under saddle one race at Saratoga and went all the way and won that as well. So again, certified ward horse, waiting on a woman who had that winning habit.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't surprise me that he'd win under saddle. I think he'd win no matter what you did with him. He just had that winning attitude. And again, you highlighted his career, 278 starts, 82 victories, 31 seconds, 34 thirds, and over 600,000 made with that mark of 52 and 2. A nice mark at Saratoga too, in 57 and 4 in 2022. So he was good right to the end, a true warrior, and another one of the greats that we've seen battle here at Red Shores over the last 20 years. We're about 8 away from race one, so we'll take a little break, and we'll be back with our selections for the opener.
Evening's first race, first division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 2-year-old facing colts. The round post parade, number 1, the Sun and Moon. Owned by Joey Pino of Rustico. Joey trains and drives. Windermere Barkley 2 was owned by Cole Cullum and Zachary Mullins of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Zachary trains and drives. Happen for a Reason number 3, owned by Mike McGuigan, Beaton's Farm Cardigan Head, and Ivan McPhee. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Eagles Claw 4, owned and trained by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, Corey McPherson. Over When It's Over wears number 5, owned by Robbie and Simon Hughes of Stratford, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 6 is Daddy Boy, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Sr. drives. 7, St. Patrick's Morn is scratched. 5 minutes to post time. Welcome to race day from Charlottetown, PEI. to set up the night. Let's go to Lee Drake at Studio 66, along with Kurt Hughes and Ken Workington at the HPI broadcast desk. Gentlemen.
Well, thanks very much, Vance. And yes, underway here on this Thursday night, and we kick it off as we have all this week and all season long. But the only difference this week is we've increased that guaranteed pool on the Isle Pick 5. So it's up to 2,500, that low 15% takeout, and the Isle Pick 5 kicks it off here. We have the super high fives coming up on 5, and of course 13 tonight, and that late pick 4 with that new guarantee pool as well. That's at 1,500, that low 15% takeout. Action has been introduced for race number 1, and it's the Atlantic Sire Stakes, the 2-year-old colts. They're going for a purse of $6,000. Kurt Hughes and Ken Workington pick up the top contenders next.
Okay, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts B division on track here for race 1. We're kicking it off with a B division. And Ken, you're kicking it off with the 2, Windermere Barkley. Zach Mullins is the trainer and driver. He also co-owns along with Cole Collum, and this is a 2-year-old colt by Somewhere Fancy that's on a winning streak.
Yeah, after a narrow loss in his career debut, he's reeled off 3 in a row elsewhere. His latest career best equaling 202 and 2. He draws well, looking for his third B division win here, trying to upend the morning line favorite and current favorite. Happened for a reason.
Windermere Barkley currently 2-1 on the board. Right next door we go to that favorite. Happened for a reason. Mike McGuigan is the trainer and driver. Mike having a great week with the Trotters, and this is a pacer that has a really good shot in this B division. Mike shares ownership with that's quite a tag there. Beaton Farm Cardigan Head PEI, and that's Ivan McPhee on the ownership as well. I seen a picture with Ivan on Facebook with this colt, and so good luck to him in here, and his connections with the 3 happened for a reason, coming in off a strong 4th and 59-4.
Yeah, it does seem to be trending right. He's showing positive signs, acclimated here with a couple of starts. Race timed in 1:59 and 4 last out. Draws inside 8-5. Now the second choice.
Yeah, I think this guy can get part of this ticket too. Can over when it's over the 5. Jason Hughes driving for trainer Ashley Gamester, Robbie and Simon Hughes. My brother and nephew share ownership on this 2-year-old gelding by Shanghai Phil, and this one's coming in off a strong second.
Yeah, you can't blame him. He's hit the board in all 3 starts. Continues to trend in a positive direction. Looks like he can get off the wings as well. And didn't Jason Hughes win the first race last night, Kurt?
I think he did. I heard he won it. Yes.
I think he won easy.
Yes, he did.
I think the horse's name was Serenity Now.
Yes, Serenity Now.
I
did
think
get
the
job
owner.
done.
I think the owner was Kurt Hughes.
Yes. We kicked it off last night with a big win. It'd be great to see the boys kick it off tonight here with a big win too.
So kicking things off here on a Thursday night at Charlottetown, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts kick it off. Then we have the Joey and D. Arsenault Memorial coming up in race 2. Another division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes in race 3, and the Andy Judson Memorial gets us to race number 4 tonight as we roll along on a Thursday here in Charlottetown. I just want to take an opportunity to thank everyone who attended the Premier's Breakfast this morning at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen. It was a packed house for the Honourable Rob Lance, several ministers there and MLAs as well, and a lot of the, of course, horse people that attended the breakfast this morning. Really appreciate that. It was a big crowd there, started at 9 and wrapped it up at 11 o'clock. And our food and beverage team, they've been very busy, of course, making sure that we've got all these events going. Rebecca McDonald with her sales team as well, and everyone playing their part here with a staff of 260 at Red Shores, and we appreciate each and every one of you, and just another event that's now in the history books, and we'll move on to the next big card, which is tonight. Countdown clock is in for the opener. Horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate on a Thursday night. Let's send it upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Oh, and Lee, the boom just like that T-shirts. Oh, they surface every old home weekend. They're back with us tonight on the tarmac. Here is the first of 7 divisions of the Atlantic Sire Stakes. The Sun and Moon, Windermere, Barkley, Happen for a Reason, Eagles Claw, over when it's over, Daddy Boy, top of the stretch. Here they come. First race will get off to a staggered start, and off stride goes the 3, Happen for a Reason. To the lead, it's Windermere, Barkley. From the outside, that's Daddy Boy, second, third one as they race the turn. The Sun and Moon moving up into 4th is Eagles Claw. Back down pacing 5th, Happen for a Reason, and trailing the field. Over when it's over, along the backstretch, led to the quarter, Windermere, Barkley, and Zachary Mullins up front on the lead. Second up the rail, Daddy Boy, Happen for a Reason after the miscue at the start. On the move in the outside third. Fourth up the rail, the Sun and Moon, racing from 5th, Eagles Claw. The trailer, over when it's over, 29 and 2 the opening quarter. By the 3/8 they go. Windermere, Barkley in control. 2-hole ride to Daddy Boy. Happen for a Reason on the outside towards the rail. That's the Sun and Moon. Racing 5th is Eagles Claw. Trailing 6. Over when it's over, halfway home. Led by Windermere, Barkley. Daddy Boy goes second. On the outside third, Happen for a Reason. 59 seconds flat was the half. Around the paddock turn, they check in at 5/8. Windermere, Barkley the leader. Daddy Boy second. The Sun and Moon is tipped out third. Back into 4th is Eagles Claw. Then on the outside, over when it's over, 5th. Now the trailer, Happen for a Reason. Windermere, Barkley's getting away on them late. Moving into second, the long shot, the Sun and Moon. Back to third is Daddy Boy. The 3/4 stripped in 1. 29 and 2, 1/8 of a mile out. Windermere, Barkley looking to close it out. The Sun and Moon, 4 off him is second. Over when it's over, got up third. First division of the Atlantic Sires. Windermere, Barkley give them 4 in a row for Zach Mullins. The Sun and Moon was second. Over when it's over, rallied third in 1:59 and a 1.
Okay, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old Colts B division here in race 1. We kicked it off with the Atlantic Sire Stakes, and we're going to take a look at the Universal Media Slow-Mo. Windermere Barkley and Zach Mullins, they've been lucky at the draw. Haven't drawn outside of 3, drawn 2 3 times, and now this is the 4th time they've drawn 2. They've been in the 2-hole or on the front every single week, Ken, and tonight Zach put them on the front.
Yeah, the other lucky thing was the 3 happened for a reason, makes a break, gets parked, and is really has no chance. Windermere Barkley all the way, the son of Somewhere Fancy, 29-2, 59, 129-2. Perfect rating here by trainer-driver Zachary Mullins. 159 and 1, 4 consecutive wins, and first win here at Charlottetown in this B division of Atlantic Sire Stakes. He takes a new lifetime mark. Windermere Barkley and Zachary Mullins. They'll be up next in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner's Circle.
Is there anybody left back in Inverness, Nova Scotia? Are they all here in Charlottetown? And are they all in the winner's circle here? That's the Crown Rocks Protection winner's circle. Here comes Windermere Barkley and Zach Mullins, winners of the first race Atlantic Sire Stakes. Barkley's a big pacing colt too by Somewhere Fancy off the astronomical dam. Windermere Nancy, owned by Cole Callum and Zach Mullins of Inverness, Nova Scotia, bred by Windermere Farms of Springvale. Zach Mullins training and driving. Colt's got his 4th in a row. New record tonight, 159 and 1/5. Windermere Barkley in the Sire Stakes with the winner's circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in the first race, the Sun and Moon was second. Windermere Barkley, the race winner. Happened for a reason, 6th. Eagle's Claw, 5th. Over, when it's over, 3rd. Daddy Boy finished 4th. St. Patrick's Morn was scratched. The fractions went 29 and 2, 59. 129 and 2, and the mile 159 and 1. From the top, your program reads 216. 5-3-4 scratched. Windermere Barkley 240 to win. The exactor $10, triactor $31.60, and the superfecta was $20.46.
So welcome back to Race Day Live on this Thursday night here in Charlottetown, and we're going to talk a little bit about the Gold Cup and Saucers and the ambassadors and their give back program, the community program. Now, each one of the ambassadors have, of course, selected a horse the other night in their post position, and each one also selected a charity. Now, you heard about that when we launched in the press conference. It seems like weeks ago now, but they do. And $5,000 for the winning ambassador with the winning horse that wins the Gold Cup and Saucer, and every other ambassador gives their charity $1,000. So let's find out more, and let's have a listen to Abigail Sherry, one of the Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors.
I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Abigail Sherry, and I'll be representing the Alzheimer's Society of PEI at this year's Gold Cup and Saucer. This cause is deeply personal to me. I've had many family members affected by Alzheimer's disease, and I've seen firsthand the impact it can have, not only on those living with it, but also on the people who love and care for them. It's a journey filled with challenges, but also with moments of connection, love, and resilience. The Alzheimer's Society of PEI provides vital support, education, and advocacy for individuals and families facing Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. They work tirelessly to raise awareness, promote brain health, and ensure that no one has to face this disease alone.
Second race is the Joey and D. Arsenault Memorial St. Charles Fireball number 1, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Adam Murner drives. Red Dirt Diamond 2, owned and trained by Dina Clow of New Haven. Brett Clow up. Premier Heiress number 3, Ross McGinnis of Antigua Nation, Nova Scotia, owns, trains, and drives. Bet the Bull wears 4, owned by Martin Keffer of Elmwood, Ontario, trained by James Barlow. Robbie Chappell drives. 5 is Elm Grove Misty, Dave Kelly training and driving for owner Charlene Cipher, Springvale. Paul's Crown number 6, owned by Tara Harper and Ryan Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Stanley Harper. Mark Campbell drives. Fingertip Control number 7, owned by Bilton Young from Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes. Gilles Barrio. Winsong Quincy 8, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson, and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenault, driven by Miles Heffernan. 4 minutes to post time. Welcome to our Gold Cup ambassadors tonight. They will be trackside for the Joe and Wall Hennessy Memorial.
Yeah, and they had a busy day today too,
I'm Gold
Vance.
Cup Ambassador Mary Jane Power. I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Mary Jane Power, proud to be part of history, celebrating harness racing on PEI since 1960. Don't miss the $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer Final presented by Atlantic Lottery this Saturday night just before midnight.
And thanks very much, Mary Jane, and Mary Jane Power there. And yeah, I was mentioning that they have a very busy schedule. They're here early this morning for the Premier's Breakfast, and then they're out this afternoon visiting some of the many homes around and connecting with so many fans within harness racing. So we do appreciate your support there as well, and they're here again tonight. All right, the Joey and D. Arsenault Memorial is on track, and Ken and Kurt will pick up the contenders next.
Okay, 3 away from race 2. As Lee mentioned, it's the Joey and D. Arsenault Memorial and Paul's Crown. Mark Campbell, what a show they put on in their return to Charlottetown on August 11th.
Yeah, he was back to the scene of his 154-4 mark taken last year here. Added Mark Campbell and took all the toe to action, blasted down the road. It was on Monday. Big repeat threat here despite a tougher post and the short rest. He stands out at 2-5.
Paul's Crown going for the old home week double dip at the bottom level. Over we go to the 5, Elm Grove Misty. Dave Kelly trains and drives. Charlene Cipher of Springvale is the owner, coming in off a scratch. But prior to that, pretty good efforts, a 4th and 3rd in her last 2.
Yeah, she's been better in her last 2 at this level right here. launches mid-pack, a chance to stock the speed and capitalize on her recent surge in form with Dave Kelly. Right now, 7-1.
Okay, the 4, Bet the Bull. Robbie Chappell is in the seat for trainer James Barlow. Martin Cooper of Elmwood, Ontario is the owner of this 5-year-old gelding by Betting Line. This one is usually able to rough it up. If you look at that second last start, out the whole way, and then last time out, a gutsy first over effort.
Well, I like the option of having a keyed up horse here to calm him down on the grass on the infield there. He, as you point out, some tough trips in his last 2 at Summerside. He picked up the show in his latest there. The 0 for 33 is a major, major concern, but he does draw well, and if he can somehow work out a smoother trip and save some ground, he might be a threat here at 16-1.
Well, cycling through the field here on race number 2, the Joey and D. Arsenault Memorial here, and trackside presentation coming up. And check out the special edition of the 20th anniversary of Red Shores Insert. The Eastern Graphic, Atlantic Post Calls, Western Graphic. We'll have more of those editions to give out this week right here at Red Shores. And it's a look back in 20 years. A fantastic edition. And, of course, with our 20th anniversary comes that $20,000 grand prize draw, which our general manager, David McKenzie, will select the winning name on Gold Cup night just prior to the ambassadors coming down the track. And we'll have a winner of $20,000 in our celebration of our 20th anniversary. Starter calls the horses. Countdown clock is in for race number 2. The horse is in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
St. Charles Fireball, Red Dirt Diamond, Premier Heiress, Bet the Bull, Elm Grove, Misty, Paul's Crown, Fingertip Control, Windsong Quincy, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing with a host of leavers. St. Charles Fireball leaves out tonight. Red Dirt Diamond joining them on the far outside, Paul's Crown, and right with them, Premier Heiress as they race the turn. Bet the Bulls away 5th. Then in 6th, Elm Grove Misty. 7th at the inside is Fingertip Control, and the trailer, Winsong Quincy, quarter pole bound. Up front, the leader, St. Charles Fireball, and that is real unfamiliar territory for him. He's going to release it, and now here's Paul's Crown at 1-9. outside and Campbell to clear. Long shot now settles up second. That is St. Charles Fireball. Red Dirt Diamond, a longer shot, races third. They went 27 and 4. St. Charles Fireball put that one on the board. You gotta give him a boom. Just like that. Halfway home, it's Paul's Crown, the leader. St. Charles Fireball is second. Third up the rail, a Red Dirt Diamond, 56 seconds flat for an opening half mile. These are our bottom conditions here at Charlottetown. Up third on the outside is Bet the Bull. Red Dirt Diamond riding the rail fourth. On the outside, fifth, Elm Grove Misty. Sixth is Premier Harris. Then on the outside, Winsong Quincy seventh. The trailer, Finger Trip Control. They're by 3/4. Paul's Crown got them there. St. Charles Fireball is second. 3/4 in 1:26 and 4. Eighth of a mile out. Paul's Crown just by a length. St. Charles Fireball came to play. Red Dirt Diamond is there at long odds. On the wire they come next. They had to make them work for it tonight. Paul's Crown with Mark Campbell. Second, that'll go to St. Charles Fireball. Looked like Red Dirt Diamond held on third in 1:56.2.
Okay, hopefully we're going to get a look at the Universum Media slow-mo here. For race 2 was the Joey and D. Arsenault Memorial. Paul's Crown looking for the double dip here, Old Home Week. And I thought he'd run off the screen, but St. Charles Fireball 10-1 on the morning line, showing trips in 59. He was up for the challenge here tonight.
Absolutely. He blasted off, and he came on late and forced the issue. Paul's Crown forced 3 wide around that first turn. He got roughed up early, 27 and 4. He got stung to a 56 half, 126 and 4, and he's digging in for all he's worth to win again on the short rest. The son of Hilarious Halo, the 4-year-old for Mark Campbell and Stanley Harper. Paul's Crown scores for the one denied chalk players here with a final quarter of 29 and 3 over St. Charles Fireball. Red Dirt Diamond, Paul's Crown. As you said, double dips Old Home Week, and they'll be back in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Paul's Crown has arrived at the second race winner's circle, bay-facing gelding 4 by Hilarious Halo. Off the Bettor's Delight M, New York Lotto. Owned by Tara Harper and Ryan Wilkie of Stratford. Bred by Wendell Williams of Ellerslie. Trained by Stanley Harper, and Mark Campbell will guide him to his second consecutive victory. The mile 156 and 2. Paul's Crown delivers in the second. In the crowned Rust Protection Winner's Circle, the Joey and D. Arsenault Memorial Cooler presentation. Friends and family joining us here on this Thursday night of Old Home Week.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in the second race: St. Charles Fireball was second, Red Dirt Diamond third, Premier Eris fifth, Bet the Bull fourth, Elm Grove Misty seventh, Paul's Crown the race winner, Fingertip Control finished eighth, Windsong Quincy was sixth, the fractions 27 and 4, 56, 126 and 4, and the mile 156 and 2. From the top, your program reads 235-471-86. Paul's Crown paid 210. The Exactor 550, Triactor 3460, Superfecta 2064, and the Early Daily Double 260.
HPI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card will receive 5% cash back during Gold Cup week at Red Shores, Charlottetown. HPI PEI players will also receive a ballot for a chance to win a $500 rebate. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. Okay, we take a look at the Atlantic Post Gulls paddock cam here for race 3. Ken Workington going with a 6-1-4 in here. You like the outside horse?
Well, we talked about this the other day, or maybe it was Peter. Sweep the card, sweep the card.
Yes.
How about that?
Yeah.
No one's done it, right?
No.
No. Roll with the Warden, who rallied to that A division victory when favored at Truro. So coming in on a roll at 5-1.
Hopefully you didn't jinx yourself.
No, I did.
Post time picks, that's me. I like a 3-1-6, and Classifier's Choice also 3-1-6 in the upcoming third race. It's an Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old Colts A division, and they're making their way out to the track now.
Second division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes on the third race post parade. Number 1, Tiziano, owned by Claire McDonald, Kevin McFadgen, and Ian Tate of Nova Scotia. Claire trains and drives. Dunsand Sticks number 2 is owned by Atlantic Harness Racing and Noah Oakes of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes, Norris Rogers. Woodmere Mahomes is 3, owned by Dan Ross of Vernon Bridge. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. Ocean View Lou, number 4, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford. Tom Weatherby of Charlottetown. Tommy does the training. Brody McPhee drives. Dirt Track Eddie, number 5, owned by Five Guys Horses and Lies of Stratford. Trained by Jamie Smith. Mark Campbell up. Roll with the Warden is number 6, owned by Elmer Fallon and Tara Baird. Corey McPherson is the trainer-driver. 4 minutes to post time. Welcome to everyone visiting Prince Edward Island for Old Home Week and Gold Cup and Saucer 66, presented by Atlantic Lottery.
Something happens when you're released from routine. You're free to let go, to dig in, to let yourself get carried away. You find that feeling you've been missing here on our island, maybe even a little above it. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Well, some great video campaigns there and promotional campaigns with Tourism PEI there, and opportunity this morning to say hi to the Minister of Tourism, the Honourable Zach Bell. He was here this morning for the Premier's Breakfast, and along with the Deputy Minister, Ken McDonald, and the entire Tourism PEI team. They do a great job, and we appreciate that. Horses are on the track for race number 3, and we're going now to Kurt Hughes and Ken Morkington to pick up the action here in the Atlantic Sire Stakes for the 2-year-old colts.
Yeah, excellent group on track here for race 3. Ken's leaning towards the outside horse, the 6. Roll with the Warden. Corey McPherson is the trainer and driver, and this one 2 for 3.
Yeah, rallied to win an A division Atlantic Sire Stakes when this one was favored at Truro, fresh off a wire-to-wire for a new mark, 159, a sparkler on July 26th, and if this one can get in control, it might be tough to knock off. 4-1.
Okay, down to 2 to go here before race 3. Tiziano from Post 1, 2-year-old gelding by Blood Money. Claire McDonald shares ownership with Kevin McFadgen and Ian Tate. Claire in the seat. She is also the trainer. This one had Post 6 and an A stake in Sydney, rallied to finish 4th. But that trip 2 back at Woodstock and the New Brunswick Breeders, that was really good too.
Yeah, this gelding's been on the board 4 of 5 starts. Lands the rail off that no-chance trip, as you point out, at North Side. Figures to be prominently placed or forwardly placed in here by Claire McDonald at 5-1.
Ken Workington staying away from the chalk in here. He's going with the 4 to close out his triactor. Ocean View Lou, another 2-year-old by Blood Money. Ian Smith of Stratford. Tommy Weatherby share ownership. Tommy trains. Brody McPhee, Tommy's driver. He's in the seat, and this one was a big winner in Summerside, 2 back.
Yeah, went all the way for that first win in 159, 2 back at Summerside, and we're going to look for him to rebound off what looks like a rare early miscue there at North Side. Ocean View Lou 5-1 as we dismiss the chalk here. 2-5, 3 Woodmere Mahomes making his debut here off a 158-4 timed qualifier over Tells Bells was the winner of that one there. Gilles Barrio trains and drives at 2-5.
Yeah, I'm tracking along there with Dunsand Sticks, Norris Rogers, Nicholas Oakes is the trainer. The Atlantic Harness Racing, Noah Oakes of Warren Grove, co-owners. Noah, I think, celebrated a birthday just recently, so happy birthday to you, Noah. And congratulations to Norris Rogers, who picked up a milestone victory recently at his home track in Summerside, 1,000 career wins, so congratulations. Some congratulations all around there. Well, I tell you a little about the, mentioned the breakfast this morning. Well, Warren Ellis with Summerside Chrysler Dodge, Warren Ellis and family, Summerside Chrysler Dodge, they are sponsoring a course that smashed the record, $10,000, and the record has to fall on Gold Cup and Saucer race final. $5,000 to the winner. The rest of the field receives money as well, but it's a great promotion. It's now the, third year, and no records yet, but the promotion is back into play. So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate picks up the horses. It is post time for race 3. Countdown clock is in. The field of 6 back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Second division of the Sire Stakes, Tiziano, Dunsand Sticks, Woodmere Mahomes, Ocean View Lou, Dirt Track Eddie, and Roll with the Warden. Top of the stretch. Here they come. $11,460 on the line. Post time. Off and pacing. Ocean View Lou leads out. Tiziano along the rail. Woodmere Mahomes is in between horses into the turn. Racing from fourth, Dunsand Sticks. Coming up fifth on the outside is Roll with the Warden. And the early trailer. That is Dirt Track Eddie, the quarter pole bound, led by Tiziano. In line to Claire McDonald from the outside. Ocean View Lou is parked out. Closing in at the rail, Woodmere Mahomes closing up fourth. Roll with the Warden when you're going for $11,460. No friends tonight. Opening quarter 29-4. Up front, Tiziano the leader. Ocean View Lou in a whole heap of trouble. Caught on the outside. Third up the rail, Woodmere Mahomes, and in fourth, Roll with the Warden. Moving up fifth is Dirt Track Eddie, and now the trailer, Dunsand Sticks. They're halfway home. And the brouhaha here in the Sire Stakes on the front end. Tiziano at the rail. Ocean View Lou on the outside. Third, that's Woodmere Mahomes, 60 seconds flat was the half. Unstressful fractions here for a brouhaha as they go to three quarters. Tiziano now starts to open up. In at the rail, Woodmere Mahomes second. Outside third, Ocean View Lou. Roll with the Warden at the rail fourth. Then Dirt Track Eddie is fifth. Trailing Dunsand Sticks 1:29 and 2 3/4 with an 8 left to go. Clear by 3. Tiziano is homeward bound. Woodmere Mahomes is second. On the outside, Roll with the Warden third. Deep stretch now. Tiziano, Woodmere Mahomes, Tiziano and Claire McDonald hang on in the Sire Stakes. Woodmere Mahomes second. Roll with the Warden third. 1:58 flat.
Well, Ken, I've been watching stake races in Atlantic Sire Stakes for the last 35 years here in the Maritimes, and I'm well educated on Claire McDonald. When she is the pole position and she gets the front, you better grab rein and take back, because she is going to hold on to the front if she can, and she did it here tonight.
Yeah, they weren't going all that fast, even though it was a pretty fierce tussle between Tiziano and Ocean View Lou. Tiziano 29.4, a minute to the half, 129 and 2. Not very stressful fractions, 158. For the mile here, a new lifetime mark, second career victory for the son of Blood Money, Tiziano and Claire McDonald. Woodmere Mahomes, that first-time starter, took all the tote action, finished second with that two-hole ride, and it was Roll with the Warden finishing third. Tiziano in Atlantic Sire Stakes. Up next in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle.
Here comes Tiziano to the Crown Rush Protection Winner's Circle from tonight's third race. Tiziano facing Brown Gelding, 2-year-old son of Blood Money from the Western Hanover Dam Keystone Treasure. Owned by Claire McDonald, Kevin McFadgen, and Ian Tate of Nova Scotia. Bred by the Seawind AMG Stables of New Brunswick. Trained and driven to victory by Claire McDonald. The colt makes every call to winning one tonight to a new pacing record of 158 flat. Tiziano in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the Winner's Circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results from the third race. Tiziano, the winner. Dunsand Sticks was 6th. Woodmere Mahomes finished 2nd. Ocean View Lou 4th. Dirt Track Eddie was 5th. Roll with the Warden finished 3rd. The fractions were 29 and 4. 1 minute, 129 and 2, and the mile in 158. In review, it's 162, 4, 5, 3. Tiziano paid $5.50 to win. The exactor $15.50. The triactor $38.40, and the superfecta was $7.19. The fourth race is the Andy Judson Memorial. They're on parade. Jack Wick, number 1, owned by Dan McIsaac, Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Mappo O'Reilly, 2, is owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point, trained by Bo Ford. Jason Hughes. Rosie's Mighty Mo, number 3, owned by Paul Hagen and Melvin Gamester of Hunter River. Melvin does the training. Gil Barrio drives. For Elm Grove, the Moon is owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. 5 Hockey's Deo, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Gascoigne AC, number 6, owned by Murray McDonald of Belfast, trained by Tammy Collings, Mark Campbell. All Better is 7, owned by Ken Hardy of Bedford and Glenn Hardy of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. No Mo Fear, number 8, owned by Paul Doyle and Darla J. of Charlottetown. Paul does the training. Adam Murner will drive. Mike McGuigan does the post parade. 4 minutes to post time. The Red Shores Super High Five comes up on races 5 and 13 tonight with the industry low 15% takeout.
Great crowds here all week in the top of the park. Everybody looks like they're having a great evening, taking in the racing action. Great action so far. We just watched the veteran Claire McDonald put on a clinic in Atlantic Sire Stakes action from the rail there with Tiziano, and now we're working on race number 4. It is the Andy Judson Memorial, 5-year-old and younger. Winners have won not more than 2 races in life. Ken, you're angling to the inside here with Jack Wick, the 4-year-old gelding by McWicked.
Yeah, it's just like the way he's going right now. Grinded gamely to a strong second to Gascoigne AC last Friday. He's got a big chance to continue regrouping from the rail for Kenny Arsenault. That was a big bounce-back effort last out there. 5-2 right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Jack Wick can get the job done in here, too. He reeled off a couple wins in a row, too, for Kenny. 6-7 starts back, so he definitely has a shot from the rail. You're going out to the 6 Gascoigne AC, the free-legged 4-year-old by Hilarious Halo. Tammy Collins trains. Mark Campbell in the seat. Mark was in the seat. He gets along well with this horse, and they were winners last time out.
That's the key. He was reunited with Mark Campbell, took no prisoners as the even money favorite, and he certainly looms large as a repeat threat off the mile of his life. 156-1. He is 2-1.
Okay, we're getting a really good look at the 2. Here's scoring out for the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. Mappo O'Reilly, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point. Haley Curry is also the breeder. Bo Ford takes over the training duties, and Ken Bo batting .825 this year.
Newcomer from Grand River. 2 for 44 lifetime. 0 for 17 this season. Coming off a 6 scratch. Hasn't raced in 3 weeks. But that's all wiped out. It's a brand new day, and it's an inside draw for a high percentage barn in the Blue Knight. And guess what? The tote board speaks loud and clear.
Okay, we're getting close here in race 4, the Andy Judson Memorial. 5-2 right now on the 1, Jack Wick. 6-5 on Mappo O'Reilly. 15-1 on the 3, Rosie's Mighty Mo. Elm Grove the Moon at 13-1. 12-1 on Hawkish Deo. Gascoigne AC, a winner last time out at 5-2. 18-1 right now on the 7, All Better, and No Mo Fear rounds out this field of 8 at 24-1. And we got a happy birthday shout out. Happy birthday to Bradley McIsaac, celebrating his 36th here in the top of the park. Here in Nova Scotia, family and friends are here celebrating, so we hope that Bradley has an excellent night here at the track. Okay, race 4, the Andy Judson Memorial. The starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Jack Wick, Mappo O'Reilly, Rosie's Mighty Mo, Elm Grove the Moon, Hockey's Dale, Gascoigne AC, All Better, and No Mo Fear, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing Mappo O'Reilly gets the first call getting out. Second is Hockey's Deo to their outside third. Into the turn, Gascoigne AC. They're 4 wide in behind the pace setter. Mappo O'Reilly in between them. That's Hockey's Deo from the outside third. Gascoigne AC. Fourth at the rail, that's Jack Wick. Racing from fifth is All Better. Rosie's Mighty Mo goes sixth. Seventh, Elm Grove the Moon. And the trailer, No Mo Fear by the quarter, led by Mappo O'Reilly and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes off at 27. 4 opener. Mappo O'Reilly, the fraction setter. Gascoigne AC dropped in for the 2-hole ride. Hockey Deo is third. Jack Wick fourth. All Better fifth. On the outside sixth, Rosie's Mighty Mo. Then in seventh, Elm Grove the Moon. And trailing the field, No Mo Fear. They're halfway home with the backfield in motion. Led by Mappo O'Reilly off of 56 and 4 half-mile. Second is Gascoigne AC at the rail. Third, Hockey's Deo. First up, fourth on the outside is Jack Wick. All Better at the rail, fifth. Second over and sixth, that's Rosie's Mighty Mo. Then Elm Grove the Moon and No Mo Fear. They arrive at 3/4. Mappo O'Reilly by 2. Gascoigne AC is second. Up third now on the outside. Jack Wick is there. Fourth at the rail, Hockey's Deo. The 3/4 in 1. 26 and 1 at the 7/8. Mappo O'Reilly will turn home. Gascoigne AC for the stretch drive. Hockey's Deo third. Jack Wick way wide. Rosie's Mighty Mo. Here is Gascoigne AC. Mark Campbell on the line. Tight for the deuce. Mappo O'Reilly, Hockey's Deo closing up. There will be a place picture. Time for the mile in 1:56 flat.
Okay, we'll get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for the Andy Judson Memorial. The two, Mappo O'Reilly, put up the big fractions, but the story again, Gascoigne AC and driver Mark Campbell, they click.
Yeah, Mappo O'Reilly, the newcomer here. First on the scene and first on the choo-choo at 3 to 5 here. Let's chalk it up as a good tightening mile. 27-4, 56-4, 126-1. The perfect trip pays off for Mark Campbell and Gascoigne AC to win again in 156 flat. Coming up late there was the 5 Hawkish Deo. That was the 2. Mappo O'Reilly holding out a second. 5 Hawkish Deo third, 6-2-5 and 1. For the super here. So it's Gascoigne AC, Mark Campbell for Tammy Collings. And they'll be back in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Here comes Gascoigne AC to the fourth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 4 by Hilarious Halo. Off the astronomical dam, Gascoigne Dickey, a homebred of Murray McDonald from Belfast, trained by Tammy Collings. Mark Campbell drives his second winner tonight for the double, and he'll guide the horse to a new race win record tonight of 156 flat. Gascoigne AC in the Mark Campbell double in the Andy Judson Memorial with the winner's circle. Cooler presentation.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the fourth race: Jack Wick fourth, Mappo O'Reilly was second, Rosie's Mighty Mo sixth, Elm Grove the Moon was eighth, Hockey's Deo finished third, Gascoigne AC the race winner, All Better finished fifth, No Mo Fear was seventh. They went 27-4, 56-4, 126-1, and the mile in 156. In review, it's 426, 831, 57. Gascoigne AC paid 1010, the exactor 2090, the triactor 287.70, superfecta 52.26. Well, we've got a dear old friend celebrating his 79th birthday tonight, and his name is Lester Stewart. Now, I hope Marion put him down in front of the telly got him a cake, and I hope it's an ice cream cake, too. And he's watching at home and celebrating number 79. Lester, happy birthday from all your friends and family. Enjoy it.
Okay, we've had great crowds all week on the tarmac. Another fantastic crowd enjoying racing action here tonight, Ken. It always amazes me. I've been here my whole life watching the Gold Cup and Saucer during Old Home Week, and the crowds they continue to wow me every single year with the people that show up and cheer on the horses.
Yeah, tourism is very, very strong. Of course, it's one of your main industries here, especially in the summertime. And from what people tell me, the beaches are free this summer, right? So
yes.
A lot of people using the beaches and playing golf and enjoying the nice weather.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better setup. Beaches, golf, racing.
Third division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes on Race 5 Post Parade, Somewhere Racy 1, owned by Brady and Amy Doyle, Ryan McLeod, and a Red Sox Stable, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell driving. Do or Die, number 2, owned by Little Pond Stables of Little Pond. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Could Have Been the Moon, number 3, owned by Darren and Brennan Crow. From Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, Darren trains and drives. Woodmere Bet You Do, number 4, owned by Dave Kelly of Springvale and David Kelly from Strathmore, Alberta. Dave Kelly, trainer, driver. 5 is Mundell's Treasure, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady trains and drives. Number 6, The Gambling Man, owned by John Collings, Robbie Hughes, Jean-Marc McKenzie, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 7 is Mr. Harris, owned by Debbie Denny from Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, trained by Earl Watts. Adam Murner drives. Number 8, Tobin's April Fool, owned by John and Anna Grace Quinn of Charlottetown, trained by Stephen Quinn, Miles Heffernan Sr., above the wheels. 3 minutes to post time. And Kurt, Ken, and myself, we're all coming up with our selections in the first Super High Five on the night. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their presentation of the Vance Cam. And guys, I had a real hard time coming up with a Super High Five in here. Our race secretary, Gerard Smith, made it tough. I went up and down the page and back down and up the page. I took 8 numbers, and Ken, I put them in the Bathurst hat, and this is what I come up with. I come to the 6, the Gambling Man, the 4, Woodmere Bet You Do, then the 7, Mr. Harris, the 2, Do or Die, and the 8, Tobin's April Fool. 6, 4, 7, 2, 8. Gentlemen, your choices.
Vance, this is a pari-mutual puzzler, a head-scratcher. The Gambling Man, well, he finished third to a runaway winner, Roll with the Warden, in his second start. He draws a tricky post, but he continues to improve in a wide-open B division here. The 2, Do or Die, right now 3-1, so I've got the favorite on top. Gelding was no factor in his third career start. I'm going to chalk that up to an off night. He was 5th behind the Gambling Man before that. Draws inside that rival. And the 4, Woodmere Bet You Do, displayed a bit more speed, picked up the show in his second start. He hasn't raced in a month, so that makes him tough to gauge, but he draws well in a field that is ripe for the taking. 6, 2, 4, 7, 3. Good luck with this one.
Yeah, I'm going with the 6 as well. So it's unanimous. We all like the Gambling Man, current favorite on the board at 6-5. I'm going to go with the 4 for a second, Woodmere Bet You Do. The 2, Do or Die, and then I'm going to go to the outside, the 8, Tobin's April Fool, looking for a price play there with the 10-1 morning line, and then I'm going to close it out with Could Have Been the Moon and Darren Crow. So I'm at 6-4-2-8-3. You've heard Vance and Ken, their selections. Good luck with yours here in race 5. Okay, race 5. We're getting close here in race 5. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts B division. The favorite still the Gambling Man. Second choice. Currently on the board right now, the 2, Do or Die, Somewhere Racy. Third favorite currently here in race 5 as that Metro home building center starting gate starts to ease down the back stretch and get into position. I'd like to give another happy birthday shout out. Happy 37th birthday to Jillian Dumphy. Her birthday is actually tomorrow, but we'll give her a shout out here tonight. She is here celebrating with us. She won't be here tomorrow, so happy birthday to Jillian Dumphy. We hope you're having an excellent evening here at Red Shores, enjoying all the racing action. Great crowd in the top of the park. Great crowd on the tarmac. Jillian and her family, they're celebrating her birthday down at O'Brien's. Great crowd down there as well as the Atlantic Sire Stakes. 2-year-old colts line up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Somewhere racy, do or die. Could have been the moon. Woodmere, Bet You Do. Mundell's Treasure. The Gambling Man. Mr. Harris. Tobin's April Fool. Full field of 8. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing, Woodmere Bet You Do, leaving out Bundle's Treasure right with him. Third one into the turn, the Gambling Man to get away fourth. Now rough gated and fancy stepping was Mundell's Treasure. And Brady Sweet put him to the outside. They swing to the backstretch. Woodmere Bet You Do and Crocker Kelly out in front early. The Gambling Man moves up second. Third, Could Have Been the Moon. Then in fourth, that's Mr. Harris racing fifth up the rail. Mundell's Treasure. Then sixth is Somewhere Racy. Seventh is Do or Die. And the trailer, Tobin's April Fool. 29-1 was the opening quarter mile. Woodmere Bet You Do, the fraction center by almost 2 at 3-8. Second, that is the Gambling Man with the leaders. Third, Could Have Been the Moon. Then in fourth, that's Mr. Harris. Mundell's Treasure has fifth. Do or Die goes 6. On the outside, 7, Somewhere Racy. Trailing the field, Tobin's April Fool. They're halfway home, led by Woodmere Bet You Do. The midway point time, 59-1. The Gambling Man tracks second. Third up the rail, Mr. Harris. Fourth on the outside, Could Have Been the Moon. Up the rail, fifth is Mundell's Treasure. Do or Die is 6. Tobin's April Fool, 7th. Now the trailer, Somewhere Racy. The 3/4 comes next. Woodmere Bet You Do continuing to lead. Right there in the 2-hole, the Gambling Man. Third on the outside, Could Have Been the Moon. Up the rail, Mr. Harris. Fourth, Mundell's Treasure. Fifth. 3/4 29-4. There's an 8 left to go. Woodmere Bet You Do and Crocker Kelly trying to take them all the way. The Gambling Man up the inside is coming with them. Third is Mr. Harris. On the wire next, Woodmere Bet You Do. The Gambling Man. Oh, it's tight. It's a win photo time to separate the Gambling Man and Woodmere Bet You Do. Mr. Harris third, 2 minutes, 1/5.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for this Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colt B division. The 4, Woodmere Bet You Do, and Kelly insisted on leading. Electing to go to the pocket was the Gambling Man. It looks like the Blue Knight and the Gambling Man get up in the final strides.
Woodmere Bet You Do, 29 days off and on the engine here, and well rated by Dave Kelly, 29-1, 59-1, 129-4. In the sweet pocket spot, it's the Gambling Man looking to surge on the inside. These two to the wire, stride for stride. Late pace from 7, Mr. Harris on the line. The Gambling Man on the inside, and Woodmere Bet You Do in a photo still not posted. 2 minutes and 1/5.
In the win photo, it's 6, The Gambling Man. The Gambling Man arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle. Pacing Brown Gelding, he's 2 by Militias off the Cambash Dam, Daisy Gamble. Owned by John Collins, Robbie Hughes, Jean-Marc McKenzie. Bred by Greg McKenzie of Nova Scotia, trained by Ashley Gamester. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, will guide him to victory and a maiden record of 2 minutes and a 1/5. The Gambling Man in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with the Winner's Circle cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in race 5, Somewhere Racy was 8th, Do or Die 4th. Could Have Been the Moon was 5th. Woodmere Bet You Do finished 2nd, had broken equipment. Mundell's Treasure was 6th. The Gambling Man, the race winner. Mr. Harris finished 3rd. Tobin's April Fool was 7th. Fractions 29 and 1, 59 and 1, 129 and 4. And the mile was 2 minutes and a 1/5. In review, it's 845 261 37. The Gambling Man paid $4. The Exactor $20.30. The Triactor $77.40. And the Super High Five was $31.41. Sixth race on the track for Post Parade, fourth division of the Sire Stakes. Woodmere Kobe won. Owned by Peter Smith of Stratford, Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Fire and Blood number 2, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Mike Downey training and driving. 3 is 0260, owned by the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Ziploy Melanson, Gilberto. Smilin' with Lou, number 4, owned by Gordy McCabe of Onslow Mountain, Nova Scotia. Pooker McCollum trains and drives. 5 is Real Fancy Pants, owned by Donald McCray of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 6, Den of Thieves, owned by Krista Murphy, Herman McQuaid, and Brittany Watts. Adam Murner trains and drives. 5 minutes to post time. The birthplace of Confederation Series consolation and final are set for Saturday, August 16th. Proudly presented by the city of Charlottetown and Ken Workington. That Bathurst hat almost, and I mean almost, got a super high 5.
I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Bridget Judson. This is Race Day, broadcasting live from beautiful Prince Edward Island. For post times, upcoming events, and promotions, go to Redshores.ca.
Okay, race 6 starters on track. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts A division, and we're getting a look at Den of Thieves. This 2-year-old colt by Malicious. He's a really good looker out on the track. Adam Murner trains and drives. Krista Murphy shares ownership with Herman McQuaid and Brittany Watts, and this one is on a 2-race heater.
Yeah, he's quickly caught fire. 2 straight blowout victories. His latest, an eye-catching 157-2 clocking right here in Charlottetown, and stands out here, and he's scoring down quite relaxing right there with Adam Murner on your screen at 4-5. And a reminder to our guests, there is no harness racing karaoke star tonight. It will be Friday night after the live racing program.
Okay, now when we go to the 2 Fire and Blood, 2-year-old colt by Blood Money, owned by Dr. Mitchell Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Mike Downey trains, and Mike is in the seat in this one, also on a 2-race heater.
Yeah, off a solid second in his debut, and that was a good effort from a tough spot. He jogged in his next 2 elsewhere, Summerside and Woodstock. He continues to tap his potential here with the inside draw at 3-1. Big time trip potential for him.
Okay, now we're getting a good look at the 3:02:60, and Gilberto scoring out here for Sifroy Melanson. Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick is the owner of this 2-year-old gelding by Tobago Cays. And Ken, this guy, 5 for 6 this year.
Yeah, he owns 2 wins already on the board, 5 of 6. Draws better, fresh off a strong second. And that came from the second tier, I believe, at North Side. Came home in 30 seconds there. Picture of consistency for Gilles Barrio here, and is 5-2. And hey, how about this article in the latest Atlantic Post calls just dropped off. Of course, the Red Shores 20th anniversary edition of the Atlantic Post calls. Now, if you leaf your way through the inside of the newspaper, I can see a picture of me, and isn't that Peter McPhee right there?
That's an excellent picture of you and Peter. Great column by Melissa Keith about your journey to the Meadowlands and Old Home Week. And yeah, that is a great shot of you and Peter. And thanks to Fred McDonald, managing editor of the Atlantic Post Calls, for bringing us up a copy We got a few copies up here.
Yeah,
it's a framer.
I took about 20.
Yeah, it's a framer, though, that picture. There's a tight look at that win photo from the fifth race. The Gambling Man, I thought he won it by at least a head, and that was a lot tighter than I thought it was. Right up there against the 4, Woodmere Bet You Do, and Dave Kelly. The Gambling Man with the narrow victory in Atlantic Sire Stakes action, race 5. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts, A division purse, $11,460. They are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center's starting gate up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Oh, Kurt, history. We've always got history in this booth at Charlottetown. Who has the most history of any half-mile track in this country? We've got Hayden, and he is Boyd McDonald's great-grandson. So how's that for a history fact? He's 14, and it's his birthday today. And what a place to watch the 6th, 4th Division of Sire Stakes. Post time. Up and pacing, Fire and Blood leaving out to his outside. That's 0260. And Woodmere Covial on the rail around the turn 3rd. Dropping in to be 4th. That is Den of Thieves. Then racing 5th at the rail. Smiling with Lou. And on the outside 6th. Real Fancy Pants along the backstretch. From the outside 0260. And Barry O clear the lead. Fire and Blood races from 2nd. Then the 3rd one, that is Woodmere Kobe. Up with the leaders. 4th is Den of Thieves. Smiling with Lou 5th. And a Real Fancy Pants, the trailer, 28. And 4, open it up. We've got early movement here. Kenny Arsenault has right lined. Woodmere Kobe up to engage the leader. 0260. Racing from 3rd is Fire and Blood. 4th is Den of Thieves. Then in 5th, it's Smiling with Lou. And the trailer, Real Fancy Pants. New leader by the half mile. Woodmere Kobe cleared for Kenny Arsenault. 58 and 1. The solid opening half mile. Racing 2nd. Up from the outside, Den of Thieves is underway. In the pocket, 3rd is 0260. There goes Fire Fire and Blood sent to the outside fourth. Smiling with Lou has fifth. Trailing at the rail, but not out of it. That is a real fancy pants. 3 in, 3 out, and the 3/4 completed. They were there in 1:28 and 2. Den of Thieves on the outside. Woodmere Kobe along the rail. Fire and Blood about to join them 3 wide. He's third, and they're homeward bound. Woodmere Kobe up the inside, 0-260. Den of Thieves, Fire and Blood set the camera up. This is why I love this game. Wow, what a finish in here. 3 of them noses apart, and the picture will tell the tale. 1:57.3.
Oh, wow. We got 3 classy veteran drivers in a photo here, Ken, in race 6. We got Barrio going up the inside with his mount 0-260. Kenny Arsenault in the middle there with Woodmere Kobe. And on the far outside, we got the veteran Mike Downey aboard Fire and Blood, who maybe had timed it perfectly here.
Yeah, Woodmere Kobe clears past the half, 28-4, 58-1 with that early movement, 1:28-2. Things start heating up with Den of Thieves coming first up for Adam Murner and applying steady pressure. Woodmere Kobe digging into the wire. Fire and Blood 3 wide after coming second over. Perfectly timed late move by Michael Downey and gets up here to score the victory in 1:57.3. Third win in 4 starts. A new mark for the winner by Blood Money. Fire and Blood first. 1 Woodmere Kobe. Gutsy second here, and 3:02.60 after a 2-hole ride up the inside finishes third. And it's going to be Fire and Blood and Michael Downey up next in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner Circle.
Let me give you a little history about trainer driver Mike Downey. He's well past 2,000 career wins, and ladies and gentlemen, a lot of them have come here in Charlottetown during Old Home Week. And here he is again, arriving at that fabled winner's circle aboard number 2, Fire and Blood, Bay Pacing Colt 2 by Blood Money off the Ponderosa Dam, Pangoon. Owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, bred by Charlotte Ranch of New Brunswick. Mike Downey trains, Mike Downey drives, and the colt paces to a new race win record of 1:57.3. Fire and Blood in the Atlantic Sire Stakes with that winner's circle presentation.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the champion sire, Malicious, this is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results in race 6, Woodmere Kobe was second. Fire and Blood, the race winner. 0-260 finished third. Smilin' with Lou fifth. Real Fancy Pants was sixth. Den of Thieves finished fourth. The fractions went 28-4, 58-1, 128-2, and the mile in 157-3. From the top, your program reads 213. 564. Fire and Blood paid $720 to win. The Exactor $47.20. Triactor $104. Superfecta $17.37.
Okay, we're tracking along with the Francis McIsaac Memorial Award. That award is awarded to the top points driver of Old Home Week, and no surprise who's leading that. Ken, Mark Campbell's leading the way with 115 points. Corey McPherson is in second with 72 points, and Gilles Barrio rounds out the top three with 61 points. And then over with the Earl Smith Memorial Award, top percentage trainer of Old Home Week, Claire McDonald leads the way, slight lead with 555 UTRS over Earl Watts at 527. And Cliff Murphy rounds out the top three at 491. And then in the Chuckers Trophies and Awards top percentage driver of Old Home Week, we got Mike McGuigan leading the way with the batting average of 476. Paul Langell in second with average of 423. And Kenny Arsenault, the veteran, at 388.
Seventh race, fifth division of the Atlantic Sires Stakes on parade. Windermere Bred 1, owned by Dads Without Abs of Fredericton, trained by Carl Williams. Paul Langell drives. Goose Commander 2, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Regret Nothing is number 3, owned by Windermere Farms, Clive Balderson, R&B Stables, and Matt Burke. Conditioned by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell driving. 4 is Galway Bay, owned by Monica Sutherland from Port Hood, Nova Scotia. Monica trains and drives. Number 5, Ishikon, owned by Walter Daigle of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Colin Shepherd driving. And it's happy anniversary time to Colin and Marie Shepherd, celebrating on this Thursday night of Old Home Week. Number 6 is Shanghai Whiskey, Wade Myers of Charlottetown, the owner, trainer, and driver. Number 7 is Choose Me, owned by Lauren Larkin of Mount Herbert, Joey Pino, trains and drives. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 7. Back to Ken Warkentin and Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Okay, let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center in tonight's first race. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts, B division, and it was Windermere Barkley and Zach Mullins taking full advantage of the inside draw again this week from post 2, right on the front, 29-2, half 59, 3/4, 129-2, time of the mile, 159-1. He picks up his 4th consecutive win in a row. The Sun and Moon second, over when it's over third, 215 try, paid 31.60.
Race 2, Paul's Crown from post 6, double dips, Old Home Week, right back here on short rest. Son of Hilarious Halo, roughed up 3 wide at the quarter, assumes command, and then St. Charles Fireball at 18-1 gives him a run for his money down to the wire, but it's Paul's Crown and Mark Campbell for Stanley Harper. 156 2/5 is a new lifetime mark, a new season's best.
And then over in race 3, Atlantic Sire Stakes, our first A division, went behind the gate, and it was Tiziano and Claire McDonald. Claire had the game face on. She left Ocean View Lou out in the cold and led gate to wire, 29-4, half minute, 3/4, 129-2, stops the clock in 158 for a new speed badge for this 2-year-old, gelding by Blood Money Woodmere Mahomes second, Roll with the Warden third, 136 try, paid 38.40.
In race 4, Mappo O'Reilly from post 2, the newcomer from Grand River, off the 6th scratch in the long layoff. Lays down some fractions, serves notice, 27-4, 56-4, 126-1. And out of the pocket comes Gascoigne AC, the son of Hilarious Halo. The perfect trip pays off and repeats in style at 4-1 for Mark Campbell and Tammy Collings. A new lifetime mark of 156. Gascoigne AC at $10.10.
Over in race 5, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colt B division, and it was the 4 Woodmere Bet You Do and Dave Kelly on the front wanting to cut it. The 6, the Gambling Man, the favorite, into the 2-hole for Hughes, 29-1, 59-1, 3/4, 129-4. And take a look at that finish. Incredible finish there as the Gambling Man gets up the inside for the narrow victory by a nose over Woodmere Bet You Do and Mr. Harris. 6-4-7 try. It paid $77.40.
Another great finish at race 6, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old colts on the pace. A division, Woodmere Kobe clears past the half for Kenny Arsenal and tries to hold on. Up the inside after a 2-hole ride, 0-260, Fire and Blood. Second over, Slingshots. Den of Thieves was right there first over, and it's Fire and Blood and Michael Downey up in time, 157-3. 3 in a row, 3 wins and 4 starts for Fire and Blood at $7.20 in race 6. And that's your race day recap, sponsored by Metro Home Building Center.
Gosh, look at that tight win photo. We had another tight win photo in Sire Stakes action with Mike Downey on the outside there with the 2 over the 1 there. Kenny Arsenault there in the middle. So another tight photo here at Red Shores. All right, Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts B division on track. We'll quickly go through your selections here, Ken. Goose Commander, 5-2 on the morning line. Ashley Gamester James. Jason Hughes drives for owner and breeder Donnie McCrae, coming in off a good second.
Yeah, the gelding put forth a pair of solid on the board finishes so far. He appears poised for his Charlottetown debut from post 2. even money.
Windermere Britt, the one. Paul Angel is driving for Kyle Williams, the trainer. Dad's Without Ab Stable is the owner, coming in off a convincing win there by 5.
Yeah, just missed in his debut. Then he cruised all the way to win by 5. So this gelding is something really big to build on with the rail at 2-1.
Okay, the Somewhere Fancies have looked great in the freshman campaign this year. We got them on top of our ticket in the exactor. For third, we're going to go to a Shanghai Phil Colt, Shanghai Whiskey. Wade Meyer's own trains and drives. He's also the breeder on this 2-year-old, and this one's coming in off a pocket-setting win.
Well, this Whiskey was smooth and strong to the wire to score as the heavy favorite here. Off a couple of positive starts, he certainly got licensed to step up, and you get an inviting price here for the Whiskey, Shanghai Whiskey, at 8-1. We played 2-1-6.
Race 7 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colt B division, purse $6,000. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Oh, Kurt. I remember Russell Drake as a driver when he competed with horses like Afton Adonis, Jolly Star, First for Amy, and others. He's been in the bike, but he's never been in the booth until tonight. Well, welcome, Russell. Enjoy the best seat in the house, and I've been around long enough, I've got Russell Drake calls. Here comes the Atlantic Sire Stakes in the 7th post time. The rough and pacing with a host of levers in here. Goose Commander leaves out towards the rail. Windermere Brett joining them on the outside. That's Galway Bay. Way wide and circling up. Shanghai Whiskey. Showtime at Charlottetown. 3 high. They hit the back stretch out of route to the opening quarter mile. Goose Commander along the rail, the leader. On the outside, Shanghai Whiskey second. He'll squeeze in there. A racing third is Windermere Brett. Then in fourth at the rail, Galway Bay. Racing from fifth, that is Regret Nothing, and he's underway. Back into sixth is Chicon. And then the trailer, that is Choose Me. 28-4 was the quarter. They're under an inquiry now. Down the stretch they come with the backfield in motion. On the lead on the far outside, Regret Nothing, and Mark Campbell in the middle of the track is taken over. Second is Goose Commander from the outside. Chicana racing third. Fourth up the rail is Shanghai Whiskey. 59 seconds flat. Over to the opening half mile. By the 5/8 they go. Led by Regret Nothing by 2. Goose Commander second. Chicon has dropped in third. Then fourth, that's Shanghai Whiskey. Upon the outside for fifth is Choose Me. At the rail, Windermere British 6. Trailing the field, Galway Bay. The 3 quarters completed, and they were there, led by Regret Nothing in 1:28-4. Arriving next at the 7/8. On the outside, Chicon is taken over, looking for a colossal upset in the Sire Stakes. Goose Commander on the outside second. Racing third and way wide, Windermere Brett. Here is, it's happy anniversary time. Chicon has won for Colin Shepherd. Goose Commander second. Windermere Brett will be third. 1:58-3. Happy anniversary, Colin and Marie Shepherd. They shocked them in the Sire Stakes.
Yeah, this one definitely a shocker here as we take a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for this Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old Colt B division. A lot of action early in this one, Ken, with the 3, Regret Nothing, getting up there to the lead at the half.
Yeah, that was a sharp move from that one. A real wake-up effort from Regret Nothing. Goose Commander, the early leader, 2-hole ride. He's to come up second best. But Chicane comes to life. Showed an interference break 2 back, then 5th by 17. Tough to take this one here. Chicane shocks at $72.10 for Colin Shepard on the line over Goose Commander and Windermere Brett in a complete head-scratcher. Chicane, 158 and 3, and they will be in the crown-proofing, rust-proofing winner's circle next.
Judges' inquiry involves the conduct of race 7 just after the quarter. Now arriving at the 7th race, winner's circle, 5 Chicane. Bay facing Colt 2 by Blood Money off the Western Maverick Dam. Just Breathe, owned by Walter Dangle from Inverness, Nova Scotia. Bred by Belinda Gray and David White. Trained by Morgan Shepherd. Colin Shepherd guiding the Colt to victory and a maiden record of 158 and 3. Chicane in an Atlantic Sire Stakes shocker at Charlottetown during Old Home Week. And happy, and I mean happy anniversary, Colin and Marie Shepherd. What a way to celebrate Old Home Week in the winner's circle.
Okay, we're just taking a look there at the ongoing judges' inquiry here in the 7th race. They're taking a look at race in action, going to the quarter there. So hold on to all tickets.
Now the results of the judges' inquiry from the 7th race. Racing officials deemed that number 6 Shanghai Whiskey interfered with number 1 Windermere Brit after the quarter. With number 1 finishing ahead of number 6, there's no placings required. Now the official results from the 7th race. Windermere Brit finished 3rd. Goose Commander was 2nd. Regret Nothing 4th. Galway Bay was 6th. Chican was the race winner. Shanghai Whiskey finished 5th. Choose Me was 7th. Fractions went 28 and 4. 59, 128 and 4, and the mile in 158 and 3. In review, it's 3-2-4. 6-1-5-7. Chican paid $72.10 to win. The exactor was $800-780. The triactor was $639.40. Superfecta carryover.
Okay, race 8 starters making their way out onto the track. Ken, you're going away. We're going with the 3, and you are going against us here with the 5, 5-3-4.
Yeah, we're going to take a swing here right now. 12-1, the 5 Woodmere Delta looking to snap an 0 for 11.
Yeah, and we're going with the 3. I like 3-4-5. Classifier's choice 3-6-7 in the upcoming 8th race. It is the Apps and Etta Arsenault Memorial.
Evening's 8th race is the Apps and Etta Arsenault Memorial. Tobin's Hottie number 1. Owned by Bella Stable from Shift Lake, New Brunswick. Trained by Robert Kitchen and driven by Adam Werner. Heart Like a Truck number 2. Owned by Lexi and Cassie Dickinson from Quebec, New Brunswick. Trained by Robin Dickinson. Paul Angel drives. Obsessed with Lou, number 3, owned by Tom Weatherby, Charlottetown, and Red Lamb Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Tommy does the training. Brody McPhee drives. Magnificent Mia wears 4, owned by Michael Collings from Charlottetown, trained by Tammy Collings. Tonight, Brett McDonald drives. 5 is Woodmere Delta, owned by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio. Wired Blue Chip is 6, owned by Michael Curry of Cardigan and Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay. Trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell aboard. Number 7, I'll Bet You I'll Beat You, is owned by Heather Sheen of Summerside, trained by Brendan Mullen. That's David Dowling. 5 minutes to post time. A special thank you going out to Northumberland Ferries. For schedules and to book online, visit ferries.ca.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Okay, race 8 starters on track, 4-way from post time. It is the Absent Etta Arsenault Memorial. Just a reminder, last call for 50-50s here in the top of the park. See Betty, Tracy, or Heather over 2,500 right now to the winner. So get in on the 50-50 draw here tonight as we take a look at Ken's top pick, Woodmere Delta. Gilberto doing the driving for trainer Ron Matheson. Woodmere Firms of Marshfield is the owner. Breeder, Ken, you're going value hunting.
Yeah, this one's kind of been a fringe player, 0 for 11 on the season, knocking on the door recently, a persistent type, likes to rally, just needs the right pace and trip setup here, the right scenario for the strong combo of Gilles Barrio and Ron Matheson, and like the price, 7-1.
Now we're getting a look at a 3-year-old filly by Sweet Lou. Obsessed with Lou is the 3. Tom Weatherby shares ownership with Redland Farms. Tom Weatherby's the trainer. Brody McPhee in the driver's seat. This one was a winner, 2 back, and just missed last time.
Yeah, and last out was pace compromised. Only had a 58.5 to shoot at, and that was courtesy of Obsessed with Lou. Nosed out as the heavy chalk. Tripped out to a new mark of 155 and 2 before that, so she's on her toes, draws well, very sharp here, and is the 2-1 favorite.
Okay, now we'll take a look at the 4 Magnificent Mia. Mike Collins is the owner breeder. Tammy Collins is the trainer. Brett McDonald, great to see him back home. He's got a live one in here.
Yeah, too far out of it last time, so really didn't have a chance there. Was on a major form spree before that and draws better. A chance to go back to more aggressive handling here and is currently 5-1. This is a tough one here, a tricky one. I've got 5, 3, 4, and I left out the 6 Wired Blue Chip. Fresh off a wire-to-wire from Mark Campbell, looking for 3 tonight, and trainer Earl Watts.
Okay, the Apps and Etta Arsenault Memorial lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. We got a shout out to Dave Williams. Big fan of racing here at Red Shores from New Glasgow, tuning in with us tonight at Red Shores. So we hope he has a great night. Up to you, Vance, for the call.
Tobin's Hottie, Heart Like a Truck, Obsessed with Lou. Magnificent Mia, Woodmere Delta, Wired Blue Chip, I'll Bet You I'll Beat You. Abstinetta Arsenal Memorial, it's the 8th race. Old Home Week doesn't get any better than this. 8th race post time. Off and pacing, Magnificent Mia's getting the first call. Obsessed with Lou between horses up the rail. Tobin's Hottie stacking them up. Racing from third along that inside. That is Heart Like a Truck. About to drop in fourth, Magnificent Mia. Then fifth. That is Woodmere Delta, racing 6, Wired Blue Chip, followed by the trailer. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You. They arrive at the opening quarter. Obsessed with Lou. In line to Brody McPhee, the leaders. Tobin's Hottie goes second. Heart Like a Truck are racing third. 28. 3 was the opening quarter in mid-pack fourth. That is Magnificent Mia. Racing from fifth is Woodmere Delta. Sixth around the turn is Wired Blue Chip. And I'll Bet You I'll Beat You trail seventh. Down the stretch they come. They're in front of us. For the opening half mile, led by Obsessed with Lou. Here's Magnificent Mia rushing up to challenge. Third up the rail, Tobin's Hottie. Moving up fourth on the outside is Woodmere Delta. 58 and 4 was the half. Heart Like a Truck around the turn is fifth. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You is third over sixth. Trailing at the rail seventh. Wired Blue Chip. Here comes the 3/4. That's the next stop. Obsessed with Lou at the rail. Magnificent Mia, the challenger, in the pocket. Tobin's Hottie is there third. Woodmere Delta on the outside fourth. Heart Like a Truck fifth. 3 wide 6 now. That is I'll Bet You I'll Beat You, and Wired Blue Chip is seventh. They are well grouped with an 8 left to go off of 3/4 of 1. 27 and 4, homeward bound. Anyone can get there. Magnificent Mia, Obsessed with Lou, Tobin's Hottie, Woodmere Delta on the wire. Obsessed with Lou, that's 499. Tommy Weatherby, Training Wins on the wall. 157-2.
Okay, we get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for Race 8. Apps and Etta Arsenault Memorial. Family and friends will be trackside with the winner, and the winner was Obsessed with Lou with a gutsy trip on the front here, Ken.
Yeah, as we mentioned, last out pace compromised and nosed out as the heavy chalk. Tripped out to a new mark, 2 back, 155 and 2 on the engine tonight. Well rated, 28.3, 58.4, 127.4. Digging in under all sorts of pressure. Magnificent Mia right there on the outside. Tobin's Hottie on the rail. 3 wide comes Woodmere Delta after forced from second over, forced 3 wide. And she is right there in the photo, but it's a 3-4-1-5. Obsessed with Lou in 157 and 2 for Brody McPhee up next in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner Circle.
Obsessed with Lou going to the 8th race winner's circle. Bay pacing filly, she's 3 by Sweet Lou off the Art Major Dam Art Obsession. Home of Tom Weatherby of Charlottetown and Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Bred by Burke Racing, Knox Services, J&T Silva, Weaver Buscemi. Tommy Weatherby the trainer. Brody McPhee is the driver. The mile in 157 and 2 for Tom Weatherby, Eggs the trainer. That's 499. The next time you see Tommy Weatherby in the winner's circle, it'll be a milestone moment. Obsessed with Lou captures the Arsenal Memorial Trackside Presentation. Now the official results in race 8, Tobin's Hottie 3rd, Heart Like a Truck 6th, Obsessed with Lou the race winner. Magnificent Mia finished 2nd, Woodmere Delta 4th, Wired Blue Chip was 7th, I'll Bet You I'll Beat You finished 5th. The fractions went 28 and 3, 58 and 4, 127 and 4, and the mile in 157 and 2. In review 361, 24. 7-5. Obsessed with Lou paid $5.30. The Exactor $12.70. Triactor $52.50. And the Superfactor was $34.12.
Thank you to McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2025 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. For race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSiresStakes.ca.
Ninth race is the Wilbur and Eileen Doyle Memorial. They're on parade. Number 1, Timberly Lady, owned by Timberly Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 2, The Real Princess, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Mitch will do the driving, trained by Ellen Stevenson. Shake and Blake, number 3, is owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. David Dowling drives. 4, JM Sports Fan, owned by Angus Burt, Morris McCabe, Harold Shepard, and Eva McPherson. Trained by Harold Shepard. Stephen Shepard driving. 5 is Silly Amos, owned by David Kent of North Rustico. Trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. Elm Grove Pennyware 6, owned and trained by Luke Burke of Donaldson. Ryan DeRoche drives. 4 minutes to post time. Race Day Live continues with the new HPI Bet app and how you can sign up in 3 easy steps.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1, download the app. 2, fill out your info. 3, start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
All right, Kurt, let's take a look at the 4 here. JM Sports Fan right now at 6-5, the current favorite. I've been struggling to make some headway against tougher mares in a 1-for-14 season, but this is a prime class drop and pop scenario and a chance for her to snap the skid. JM Sports Fan and Stephen Shepard against 6-5.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ken. I like James Sports Fan as well in here. Shake and Blake, this is another good one, though, that has a really good chance to get the win. David Dowling driving for trainer Jen Doyle, a winner on the front end, 2 starts back, and wasn't beat by much last time.
Yeah, revived her form in her last 3 as the heavy favorite. Held on for a gutsy win, 2 starts back and 157 and 2, and launched a premature move to the lead last out. So we'll see if David Dowling could time it just right here with Shake and Blake, and is currently even money the favorite.
Okay, now we go to the 5, Silly Amos. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives, owned by David Kent of North Rustico. He's also the breeder. This is one of my favorites here, Ken. She comes to play every single week, and she's on a bit of a streak herself with 3 deuces in a row.
Yeah, it's about due. 0 for 11 on the season, but she has come alive. 3 straight seconds, looms as a major stalking threat here. Kind of a tricky post. 9-1's a nice price here for Kenny Arsenault and Silly Amos if the pace is right and this one gets the right setup. 4-3-5 is our call.
Race 9, the Wilbur and Eileen Doyle Memorial, and the starters are lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Mary from Oshawa. I've got Brian up here. He's been here before. He's in good hands. And welcome to Old Home Week. Hope you're having all kinds of fun. It's the 9th race, Wilbur and Eileen Doyle Memorial. There'll be trackside presentations. It's 9th race, post time. Off and pacing at the rail. Timberly Lady, the first one out. Second into the turn, the Real Princess to get away third. JM Sports Fan. Shakin' Blake will round the turn fourth. Silly Amos goes fifth. And the trailer, that'll be Elm Grove Penny. Quarter pole bound. And on the front end in here, Timberly Lady in line to Jacob Sweet. They're quarter pole leading. Tucked away with a 2-hole ride, the Real Princess. JM Sports Fan took a seat in the early going third. Racing for Shakin' Blake, Silly Amos goes fifth. Trailing six, Elm Grove Penny, 28-4. Opened it up. Straight alignment at the 3/8 pole. It's Timberly Lady, the fraction setter. 2-hole ride. That belongs to the Real Princess. Racing from third, JM Sports Fan, and there she goes. Sent to the outside. Following the cover out fourth is Shakin' Blake. Then in fifth, it's Silly Amos. Trailing six, Elm Grove Penny halfway home in the 9th, led by Timberly Lady, just 59 and 3. They got a breather in, 30 and 4 in the second split. By the 5/8, Timberly Lady the leader. Here's the challenger on the outside. JM Sports Fan matches strides, racing from third. Coming up from the outside, Shakin' Blake, the Real Princess fourth. Moving up fifth is Silly Amos at the rail sixth. Elm Grove Penny, but she's not out of it. They're well grouped off of 3/4 of a 1. 27 and 4, 28 and 1 in the third, and they're in the home stretch now. JM Sports Fan the leader. Shakin' Blake on the outside. Races second. Deep stretch now. They're on the wire next. JM Sports Fan, Shakin' Blake might have nailed her on the end of it here. It's picture time in the 9th. 1:56:30.
Another tight finish here at Red Shores. The Wilbur and Eileen Doyle Memorial here in race 9. Big effort first up from JM Sports Fan, but right on her back. It looks like maybe Dowling timed it perfectly here.
Yeah, JM Sports Fan had to be used very hard there in that third quarter. First up, clears at 3/4, 28-4, 59 and 3, but then 127 and 4, 28 and 1 down the backstretch. 156 and 3, and JM Sports Fan and Shakin' Blake with that cheeseburger deluxe second over trip comes on and gets it all for David Dowling. Shakin' Blake in 156 and 3. JM Sports Fan second to the Real Princess third. So we'll see David Dowling and Shakin' Blake up next in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner Circle.
Here comes Shakin' Blake to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle. Bay pacing mare 5 by He's Watching from the Mach 3 Dam, St. Lad's Peeper. Owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, bred by Richard Sullivan from Greeley, Ontario. David Dowling will drive her to victory and her 20th lifetime victory on this night. The mile in 156 and 3. Shaken Blake in the 9th. Down in the winner's circle, it's the Wilbur and Eileen Doyle Memorial Cooler presentation. Plenty of friends and family joining us here Thursday night of Old Home Week with the Cooler presentation. Shaken Blake for Dowling and Doyle, 156 and 3. Here's the official results from the 9th race. Kimberly Lady 6, the Real Princess 3rd. Shaken Blake, the race winner. JM Sports Fan finished 2nd. Silly Amos 4th. Elm Grove Penny was 5th. They went 28-4, 59 and 3, 127 and 4, and the mile in 156 and 3. In review, 6-3-1, 2-4-5. Shaken Blake paid $410. The exactor was $860, triactor $52.80, and the superfecta $12.77.
Okay, race 10 coming up next, and that means we are kicking off our late pick 4. Pick the winners in the last 4 races in a row to win. It's a guaranteed pool of $1,500, and it's a low 15% takeout. And again, it kicks off here in race 10. We also have exactor, superfecta, tractor wagering, and we have that jackpot $25 on the wild horses tag. So lots of ways to play the horses here in race 10. It is a division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old colts, and it's the A variety. Okay, there's a look at our selections for the upcoming 10th race. Ken Workington going with a 5-3-2. I like 3-6-4 in here. Classifier's choice going with 3-6-5. Everybody's on the 3 right now at 1-9. Sporty Anthony, 2-year-old gelding by Somewhere Fancy. And this one is undefeated through 2 starts. He threw down the gauntlet in his first race in Atlantic Sire Stake in Churro, winning in 56-3, and he followed it up with a conservative steer in Summerside in 2 minutes 1/5. Sharp closer, 28-1, so he will be tough to beat at a post 3. Real good one coming up here in race 10.
Sixth division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes on the 10th race parade. 1 is Saltwater Captain. Owned by Joanne McRae, David Myers, Gwyneth McGurk, and Rick Adams. Trained by David Myers. David Dowling drives. Bet on Evil number 2 is owned by Mark McDonald, Bennett McKinnon, Josh McDonald, and William McDonald. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Sporty Anthony 3, owned by Jason Bigger of Muscush, and Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills, trained by Jason Bigger. Kenny Murphy drives. Tobin's Gem number 4, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Mark Campbell. 5 is Darby's Fancy, owned by Kevin Bailey, Rebecca McKenzie, and Sandra O'Donnell of Nova Scotia, trained by Pooker McCollum, Gilles Barriol. Louis the Lip is number 6, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford. Trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee's in the sulky. Final call for wagering on race number 10. The top selections are coming up next, but first a message from Gold Cup Ambassador Emily Thistle.
I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Emily Thistle, and I will be representing Camp Triumph at this year's 2025 Gold Cup and Saucer. Camp Triumph is a respite camp for children who have siblings or parents with a chronic illness or disability. Their goal is to be a safe haven for the kids that had to grow up too fast and give them the opportunity to take a break from the challenges of the outside world. I chose this charity because I've had the pleasure of working there as a counselor, and I've seen firsthand the impact that Camp Triumph has on their campers.
That's it.
Okay, great work from the Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors and their charities. Great to hear from Emily Thistle there as well. And now we're going out onto the track. Ken, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old Colts A division, purse $11,460. You're landing on the 5 here. Darby's Fancy. You're trying to crush the chalk in here with this 2-year-old Colt by Somewhere Fancy coming in off back-to-back thirds.
Yeah, back-to-back thirds, but heading in the right direction, I think. Anyway, 159 and 1 last out, race time. Picks up Jill's Barrio again, goes back to Jill's Barrio, and we'll see if the chalk can somehow falter here, and we get a price at 17 to 1.
Okay, and there he is, Sporty Anthony, 2-year-old gelding by Somewhere Fancy. Jason Bigger trains, Kenny Murphy in the seat. Jason Bigger also shares ownership with the breeder Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills. And they got to be pretty happy with this colt at a Southwind Ion, the sports writer mare. Perfect so far.
The gelding served notice with that 158 and 3 opening blowout at Truro. Make that 156 and 3, followed by a cruise control score at Summerside as the 1-9 chalk. So stands out again here at 2 to 5. Sporty Anthony looking for 3 for 3.
Now we're getting a good look at the 2 here. Bet on Evil, 2-year-old gelding by Bet the Moon. Trained and driven by Mike McGuigan, scoring down here. A winner, 2-back.
Yeah, draws better to rebound off a troubled trip that came at Northside last out. Shows an interference mark up there early in that mile. His previous 157 and 4 blowout right here in Charlottetown. Certainly nothing to sneeze at in the inside draw as well. And you get 7 to 1 on Michael McGuigan and Bet on Evil.
Okay, race 10. This is going to be a good one. Atlantic Sire Stakes 2-year-old Colts A division. Shout out to Jamie Ramsey tuning in from Churro. Thanks for tuning in as we send it up to Vance Cameron.
Oh, speaking of Churro, Kurt, another old friend watching over there, Emmons McKay. Emmons had a little health issue. He's recovering real nicely, and I know he's sitting up and he's watching Old Home Week, especially Atlantic Sires, 2-year-old Colt Pacers. Emmons, welcome aboard. Post time for the 10th. The up and pacing Sporty Anthony is firing out. In at the rail, that is Bet on Evil second. The third one, as they make their way round the turn, is Tobin's Gem. At the rail, fourth. That's Saltwater Captain. Racing fifth here in the early going is Derby's Fancy. And the trailer, Louis the Lip. Along the backstretch, here comes a new leader. Tobin's Gem and Mark Campbell take over top spot. Sporty Anthony now second. Bet on Evil third. Then fourth is Saltwater Captain. Racing from fifth is Derby's Fancy. Trailing the field, Louis the Lip. More movement on the front. 28 for the quarter. And Sporty Anthony and Kenny Murphy have retaken the lead. Second is Tobin's Gem. Bet on Evil third. That's Saltwater Captain fourth. Fifth belongs to Derby's Fancy. And the trailer, that's Louis the Lip. And he's going to the outside. Halfway home in the Sire Stakes, led by Sporty Anthony. In the 2-hole, it's Tobin's Gem, 58 and 3 for a half. Racing third, Bet on Evil. Louis the Lip has picked up fourth, and he's advancing on the outside. Coming up fifth now from the outside, that is Derby's Fancy. And now the trailer is Saltwater Captain. The 3/4 coming next. Sporty Anthony leading it. On the outside, Louis the Lip. At the rail, Tobin's Gem. 3/4 in the books. They were there in 1:28 and 2. They round the top turn for the final time. Just an eighth of a mile to go. Sporty Anthony turning home. Louis the Lip on the outside. Tobin's Gem at the rail. Then in fourth, Derby's Fancy. Deep stretch now. Sporty Anthony. Tobin's Gem closing up at the rail for Campbell. Sporty Anthony second, closing in third. Derby's Fancy 1:56.4.
Well, this guy's been impressive too since he started out as well. He had back-to-back wins and then had an unfortunate break there at Northside Downs. But tonight, Campbell puts him right in the pocket. That's Tobin's Gem, the 4, and they're going to get up in the final strides, Ken.
Yeah, rebound city for Tobin's Gem. Sporty Anthony looking for 3 for 3 on the engine here. 28-4, 58, 128 and 2/5. Louis the Lip applying some serious pressure. Derby's Fancy 24-1 is going to get up for the show in this spot here. My long shot selection. Toby's Gem though trips out inside. And Mark Campbell triples up for George Renison. 3 wins in 4 starts. New lifetime mark. Tobin's Gem in front. 3. Sporty Anthony settles for second. And the 5. Derby's Fancy third. Tobin's Gem up next in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner Circle.
Tobin's Gem has arrived at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle here in the 10th. A pacing gelding 2 by Flameproof Hanover. From the Liz Mara Dam, Grace Sealster, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, bred by Wendell Williams. Trained by George Renison. Mark Campbell's third winner tonight. He'll triple up. And the colt pacing to a new race win record of 156 and 4. Tobin's Gem in the Atlantic Sire Stakes during Old Home Week at Charlottetown. Down in the winner's circle, the Cooler presentation. Now, the official results from the 10th race: Saltwater Captain was 6th, Bet on Evil 5th. Sporty Anthony finished 2nd. Tobin's Gem, the race winner. Darby's Fancy finished 3rd. Louis the Lip was 4th. Fractions of 28 and 4, 58 and 3, 128 and 2, and the mile in 156 and 4. In review, it's 652 134. Tobin's Gem paid $10.40 to win. The Exactor $25.10, the Triactor $74.10, the Superfecta $22.05. Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight it's valued at $3,345. Tonight's 50-50 winning number will be E2639848. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $3,345. E2639848. Good luck. 7th and the final division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 2-year-old facing colts and geldings on the 11th race parade. O Positive One, owned by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville. Jr. does the training. Miles Sr. drives. Starship Sharky number 2, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. I'll Walk the Line number 3, owned by the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee driving. Hamacade number 4, owned by Sean Dickerson from Teeds Mill, New Brunswick, Robin Dickerson training, Adam Murner. Woodmere Bullet 5, owned by the stable Woodmere Bullet from Brunswick, Ohio, trained by J.B. Smith, Corey McPherson. Streak Antonio number 6, owned by Raymond Primo, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio. Woodmere Novak number 7, owned by Angela MacArthur, Angus McQuarrie, and Zachary Mullins. Zach does the training and driving. Final call for wagering here on race 11. The James McGregor Memorial Gold Cup Consolation is proudly presented by title sponsor, The Guardian.
I'm Gold Cup Ambassador Mia Josie, and I will be representing Wild Rose Horse Sanctuary at this year's Gold Cup and Saucer. Wild Rose Horse Sanctuary in Forest Hill, PEI, was established in 2019 and is run by Diane Fogg and a group of dedicated volunteers. The sanctuary is home to over 70 large animals, including horses, wild mustangs, ponies, mules, and donkeys that were saved from the slaughter, neglect, and abuse. My future plan is a career in large animal veterinary medicine, so I am grateful that charities like this exist.
Okay, race 11 on track here. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old colts, B division purse, $6,000. And Ken, you're leaning on the 6. I'm with you. Streak Antonio, 2-year-old gelding by Blood Money. That race super in his latest.
Yeah, beaten favorite, roughed up first over to secure the deuce in a strong second career start. Continues to tap his potential for a potent combo. Gilles Barrio and Ron Matheson. It's the key third start for Streak Antonio at 7-5.
Raymond Primo owns and breeds. He's the breeder on Streak Antonio. And again, that's 7-5 as we move out one spot. To the 7, Woodmere Novak. And this one's owned by Angela MacArthur, Angus McQuarrie, and Zach Mullins. Zach is the trainer and driver. Zach already a win on the card, Ken. He's looking to double up. And he's got a good chance here with this one, a winner at Inverness on July 23rd.
That was with a 1-9 or 1-5 shock there. Windermere Barkley in the opener. Woodmere Novak bothered early, couldn't make it up in the most recent start at Northside. His previous wire-to-wire 159-4 at Inverness is certainly worth noting and makes him a strong consideration here despite the outside draw at 5-1.
Okay, there is the 2s. Starship Sharky, 2-year-old by Somewhere Fancy. And that first crop's been looking terrific this year. Earl Watts trains, Mark Campbell in the seat, just missed in Summerside in that grass route.
Yeah, looks to be on the verge here. A beaten chalk right there. A close third in his opener, his debut. He draws inside for that anticipated follow-up for the red-hot combo of Mark Campbell and Earl Watts. Right now, they're second choice, 8-5.
Okay, race 11 starters. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 2-year-old colt. B division lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and Bance. You got Helen Landry up there. She's been waiting a couple races, so go up and see you tonight.
Well, Helen brought Joan. And Joan and I have been talking it over. She's got a lot of harness racing history, too, and a big fan of the game. And she's going to watch the final division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes from the best seat in the house here at the driving park. All lined up, and 3 all walk the line. Made the break and is out of it early. There they go, off and pacing. Oh, positive, the first one out. Second is Starship Sharky, and coming from the outside to race from third as they move on around the turn. Way wide in third, that's Streak Antonio. Fourth towards the rail is Almac Cade, racing from fifth. And the early going as they race the backstretch, Woodmere Bullet. Then in sixth, that is Woodmere Novak. They arrive at the opening quarter, and from the outside, here's Starship Sharky in line to Mark Campbell. Barrio's gonna keep coming here. Streak Antonio up to engage and take over the lead of a quarter mile of 29 and 3. Down the stretch they come towards the half mile. The new leaders, Streak Antonio and Gil Barrio. Second is Starship Sharky racing third, oh positive. Almac Cade fourth. On the move fifth, Woodmere Bullet underway. On the outside sixth is Woodmere Novak. They were halfway home here in the final division of the Sire Stakes. 59 and 1.5. The leader, Streak Antonio. Up and out him on the outside is Woodmere Bullet, about to go 3 wide from third. Woodmere Novak is coming. Fourth at the rail, Starship Sharky. Then in fifth, from the outside, they arrive at 3/4. Streak Antonio, the leader. On the outside, Woodmere Bullet second. 3/4 up, 1:28 and 3. They round the top turn second and final time. Shade more than an 8 left to go. Streak Antonio, Woodmere Bullet, Starship Sharky not far away. Down the home stretch they come. Streak Antonio, Starship Sharky, Woodmere Bullet on the far outside. We'll get there. Woodmere Bullet and Corey McPherson. Streak Antonio was second. Starship Sharky third. 1:58 and 1. There is an inquiry underway in race number 11. Judges' inquiry. Retain your tickets.
Woodmere Bullet, dead game here tonight for Corey McPherson, coming first up on Streak Antonio. Our top play, Ken, but not tonight for our top play. It was the 5, Woodmere Bullet, and McPherson just tenacious here tonight.
Yeah, Streak Antonio clears past the quarter, 29-3, 59-1, 128-3, and it's a "Are you kidding me?" effort here from Woodmere Bullet, the son of Malicious. First up and driving for Corey McPherson and Jamie Smith at $20.70 here in 158 and 1, a career best, second win in 5 starts. So it's going to be the 6 Streak Antonio settling for second, the 2 Starship Sharky after the 2-hole ride finishes third. It's Woodmere Bullet, the upset winner for Corey McPherson, up next in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner Circle.
Judges' inquiry involves the start of number 3. I'll walk the line. Retain your tickets. Judges' inquiry looking at the start. Here comes Woodmere Bullet to the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle. Bullet to Bay Pacing Gelding 2 by Malicious off the Ponderosa Dam. Red Star Ashley, owned by the stable Woodmere Bullet from Brunswick, Ohio. Bred by Jonathan Mundell of Pugwash, Nova Scotia. Trained by Jamie Smith and guided to victory by Corey McPherson. Pacing to a new race win record tonight. 158-1. Woodmere Bullet in the Atlantic Sire Stakes during Old Home Week with the winner's circle presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the results of the judges' inquiry. There will be a complete and general refund of all monies wagered on number 3, I'll Walk the Line. In the 11th race, a complete refund on number 3, I'll Walk the Line. Now the official results from race 11. O Positive finished 6th. Starship Sharky 3rd. I'll Walk the Line did not finish and was refunded. Hamac Cade finished 4th. Woodmere Bullet the race winner. Streak Antonio finished 2nd. Woodmere Novak was 5th. They went 29-3, 59-1, 128-3, and the Mild in 158-1. In review, 6-3 did not finish, refund 4125. Woodmere Bullet paid $19.60. The Exactor $42, Triactor $110.20, Superfecta $66.64.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for PEI customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horse through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for PEI.
On the track, the 12th race fixers and their drivers in the Joe and Wall Hennessy Memorial. JK Last Chance number 1, owned by Dan McIsaac of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. 2 Sports Teller, owned by Rebecca McLeod, Gabby McNevin, Michael Arsenault, and Joey Farrell. Adam Murner trains and drives. 3 is Little Leroy, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable. Trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy drives. Nothing Bugs Me, number 4, is owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Vaughn Doyle of Gilles Barrio. Better On Than Off is 5. Danny Romo from Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia, owns and trains Jason Hughes up. 6 is Sharky, owned by Taylor Doyle and Jack McGurk of Kensington. Taylor does the training. Mark Campbell. Number 7 is Manterio, owned by Jennifer Ritchie from Kingston, New Brunswick, trained and driven by David Dowling. 5 minutes to post time. And race number 12 in the Joe and Wall Hennessy Memorial, we have the Vance Cam with myself, Ken, and Kurt, set to give our selections as we thank Results, Marketing and Advertising, and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I went to the 4 and Nothing Bugs Me. He's the hot horse, and Vaughn Doyle, guys, has done a tremendous job with this horse since relocating from Alberta. I got him on top. I'll go right alongside with Little Leroy. He's had a stellar season at 2 and 3 and back at 4. On to number 2, Sports Teller for the Triactor. And I'll go to the 1, JK Last Chance for Super Players. It's 4, 3, 2, 1 from the booth. Guys, your choices.
Well, it's an assault on the chalk here, Vance. It's the 7 Manterio, 11-1. A classy hard knocker, a solid runner-up in 3 of his last 4. He moves outside, but he might get the speed target he needs in here. I need some mayhem. The 4, Nothing Bugs Me, the 3-2 favorite. And as you mentioned, Vance, he's the red-hot horse, to say the least. The 4-year-old bumps up a notch in class, going for 4 straight. He draws well in career form for Gilles Barrio. And the 2 Sports Teller, at 5-2. It took a late shot at Nothing Bugs Me and settled for the deuce, but still paced home in 27-4. Remains razor sharp, draws inside again, adds to that speed equation that I'm counting on here. 7-4-2, Kurt.
Yeah, I'm going with the inside. I like JK's Last Chance. This one's wide open. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives, and he'd like to win this one, the Joe and Wall Hennessy Memorial. And so this is a classy veteran, 8 years old now. He's got 20 lifetime wins. He reeled off 2 in a row down in class, moving back up the class ladder. Just missed 2 back, was a 2-hole riding 4th last time out, 53-3, and against some nice horses. And so from the rail here tonight, if he trips out, he could get the job done. And so I'm going to put him on top. I do like the 3 Little Leroy. This one was an upset winner at 17-1, 52-2. Not too long ago. 5 starts back there, kicked home in 27-4 off a nice pocket ride. After that, he finished 7th, 4th, and then back on track last time out where he almost wired the field in 55-1 at Summerside for Kenny Murphy. And so Little Lever I'm going to put in for the deuce. And then I like Sports Teller. I think this one could grab the show dough here after that good second and 54 flat, 27-4 final panel at the 1901 level. Jumps up 1 level, but does draw well. So I think they can round out the top 3. I'm at 1, 3, 2 in here. Good luck with your selections here in race 12.
Just a check from the wireless mic here. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, it's post time for race 12. It is the Joe and Wall Hennessy Memorial, and the starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
It's an old home week tradition, Kurt. JK Last Chance, Sports Teller, Little Leroy, Nothing Bugs Me, Better On Than Off, Sharky, and Manterio. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Nothing Bugs Me has fired out at the rail. JK Last Chance, Sports Teller third into the turn. To get away fourth, Little Leroy. Sharky comes from the outside fifth, then around the turn. And a racing from six is Better On Than Off. And the trailer, that is Manterio. Up the backstretch they go. Nothing Bugs Me and Gilberto on the lead. Racing from second, that's JK Last Chance. Sports Teller in third. Little Leroy fourth. Sharky got away fifth. Better On Than Off goes sixth. And trailing the field seventh, Manterio 28 and won the opening quarter mile. Straight alignment around the top turn. They're all chasing. Nothing Bugs Me by the 3-8. Two-hole ride to JK Last Chance. Sports Teller goes third. Little Leroy fourth. Sharky has fifth. Better On Than Off races sixth. And going to the outside, trailing, that is Manterio. They're halfway home. And the leader there, Nothing Bugs Me in 57 and 1. Tracking second is JK Last Chance. Sports Teller tips out third. Little Leroy at the rail fourth. On the outside, Better On Than Off fifth. Sharky goes sixth. Manterio on the outside seventh. Three quarters coming next. Nothing Bugs Me getting him there. JK Last Chance regains second. On the outside, and now stalling third, Sports Teller. 3 quarters in 1. 26 and 2, eighth of a mile out. Nothing Bugs Me. The leader turning home. JK Last Chance second. Little Leroy third. On the wire next. Nothing Bugs Me wins again for Berrio. Second. That goes to JK Last Chance. Little Leroy third. 1:53 and 3. Closing quarter. 27-1.
All right, we're going to get a look at the Universum Media slow-mo here for race 12. It was the Joe and Wall Hennessy Memorial, and this one was over early when the 4 Nothing Bugs Me and Barrio were able to cross over to the lead there going into the first turn.
Yeah, virtually single file at the half. I mean, Nothing Bugs Me pretty much got his own way on the lead here as he continues to rise in class for Gilles Barrio and Von Doyle. 28 and 1, 57 and 1 for these higher class pacers. 126 and 2, and then he scoots off in 27 and 1, 153 and 3 for Nothing Bugs Me. 4 in a row, 6 on the season. And it's JK Last Chance, the pocket ride second. Little Leroy third. Nothing Bugs Me dominates race 12, the Joe and Wall Hennessy Memorial. You will see them in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Nothing Bugs Me arriving at the 12th race winner's circle. Pacing Brown Gelding 4 by Custard the Dragon. From the Test Flight Dam, You Know Nothing. Owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta. Bred by Surdale Farms of Kelowna, British Columbia. Trained by Von Doyle. Gilles Barrio guide him to victory. Give him now 4 in a row. Tonight the trip in 153 and 3 with that closing panel of 27 and 1. It's Nothing Bugs Me for Barrio, Doyle, and Kelly in the Joe and Wall Hennessy Memorial, an annual Old Home Week tradition with the Winner's Circle cooler presentation. Oh, and speaking of Hennessy's, our Lee Drake is at the Winner's Circle. He has a special presentation of his own to make here in Old Home Week on this Thursday night. Lee.
Yeah, well, thanks very much, Vance. It is, when you get the Hennessy family and friends all together here, it is quite a Winner's Circle celebration. And we're going to let the Winning Connections pull out of the Winner's Circle so we can get the athlete back to the shower. Wally's having a quick chat with Gilles Barrio here. And we've got a special presentation to make to Wally Hennessy and the family. So just give me a minute here and we'll get that out of the way. Trophies and gifts and coolers and the presentation. All right, we're going to ask some family members. We have Mr. Wally Hennessy home here. We get the family over here, Wally. We have something very special for you. Ladies and gentlemen, our very own Wally Hennessy from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, a couple of weeks ago, reached a career milestone that few ever drivers ever reach. 12,000 career victories. Let's give him a big round of applause and congratulations to Mr. Wally Hennessy. We couldn't do it better than to do it right after the Joe and Wall Hennessy Memorial. The family is here, Wally's here, and on behalf of David McKenzie and the entire team at Red Shores, we wanted to make this special presentation to you tonight in front of your family and welcome you home during Old Home Week and to celebrate it with you. So I'll ask you to hold that for a second, Lori. And just a quick word, Wally, I know Old Home Week, you've told me before, year after year, it means more and more to you, and to be home right now and to celebrate this 12,000 career win. How are you feeling?
It's pretty special, Lee. Thank you guys so much for recognizing this. I grew up here in the backstretch of Charlottetown Driving Park. I had my first drive here in 1974, and it was with a horse called Cambridge Frisco in 212, and it's been quite a career. It's winding down, but I've been very lucky, very fortunate. But I got all my early lessons right here from my fathers and brothers, and I don't know what to say. Just listen. If you just keep showing up, you'll win. So.
Well, just a final thought on 12,000 career wins. You crossed the line in Saratoga that day. What were you feeling?
About like I'm feeling right now. Yeah, that's a little emotional.
Very emotional. Well, you know what? I know you are, and it's so well-deserved, and everybody wanted to wait till you got home to present this to you. We're very proud of you. You're an ambassador for a sport wherever you go around the world, Wally Hennessy, and we want to thank you and congratulations.
Well, I appreciate it, Lee, and I wouldn't have showed the life that I lived. I could never dream about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Wally Hennessy and the Hennessy family here tonight. 12,000 career wins.
Wally Hennessy, you'll never slow down, my friend. Congratulations on 12,000 trips to the Winner's Circle. Now the official results in the 12th race. J.K. Last Chance was second. Sports Teller fifth. Little Leroy finished third. Nothing Bugs Me, the race winner. Better On Then Off was fourth. Sharky finished seventh. Manterio was 6. Fractions of 28 and 1, 57 and 1, 126 and 2, and the mile 153 and 3. From the top, your program reads 253-1476. Nothing Bugs Me paid $370. The Exactor $790, the Triactor $2270, and the Superfecta $699.
Okay, 13th finale coming up next. It's Super High 5 time here in Charlottetown. Jeff May Memorial. We have 2 Super High 5s on the card. They carry a low 15% takeout. We have one in race 5 and always in the last race of the card, and that comes up right here in race 13. We also have Exactor, Triactor wagering, as well as the Wild Horses tag. Jackpot is $25, and there's a quick look at our picks. 214 for Ken, 213 for me. Classifier at 214 here in race 13. Post parade is next.
Thirteenth race is the Jeff May Memorial. They're on parade. Broxton's Boy 1, home of Rick Armstrong and Mark Land of Summerside. Rick does the training tonight. Jill's burial. Off again. Hanover number 2, home of Donald McRae, Blair and Eric McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gapester, and Jason Hughes drives. Hippie John 3, home by Roderick Smith of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Macho Phil number 4, owned by Ali Campbell of Charlottetown, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell up. Number 5 is Brigus, owned by Milton Young, Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes, Norris Rogers. Cheeky plays 6, Corey McPherson of Cornwall, co-owns and trains, co-owners Aubrey Cameron, driven by Aiden Dix. Solid Silver is 7. Adam Murner driving for owner-trainer Stacy Dara Stratford. 8 is Here's Stuart, owned by Donnie Smith of Hunter River and Paul Hogan of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 13. There is 5 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing tomorrow night, featuring the James McGregor Memorial Gold Cup Consolation, presented by title sponsor The Guardian. First race post time set for 6 p.m.
Okay, 13th finale. There's a look at our Super High 5 tickets. Ken, let's hear yours.
All right, let's. This is the get-out race here. Let's send them home happy. To Laugh Again, Hanover, a classy veteran who draws an improved post here on a serious roll. He granted Gamely for the show last out, so that's a strong indicator. He might be the one to knock off. The one Braxton Boy at 2-1, 0 for 16 on the season, but and struggling to make much headway since the late June 6 scratch, but gets the class and post relief that could spell wake up in here with Jill's Burial picking up the lines. The 4 Macho Phil, 0 for 13 in 2025, but he's been competitive at the 701 level recently. He draws well to stock close to the pace. 2-1-4, and we'll tack on 3 and 6. And Kurt, I feel confident about this one.
Yeah, well, you're having a good week, and you did already click with a Super High 5 here in Charlottetown during the All-Star Handicap and Challenge. I like, I'm with a 2-1-3 in here. Vance Cameron, his Super High 5 is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's going with the inside 5 horses here in the 13th finale. Good luck with your selections.
I think Vance used the Ouija board method in that.
Okay, 13th finale lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Jeff May Memorial Family and Friends will be trackside with the winner. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Braxton's Boy, Laugh Again, Hanover, Hippie John, Macho Phil, Brigus. Cheeky Play, Solid Silver. Here's to Art, top of the stretch. It's the Super High Five, the Jeff Main Memorial. Finale time, post time. They're off and pacing. Braxton's Boy at the rail will lead them out. Second into the turn, that is Laugh Again Hanover coming on to be third. Macho Phil up from the outside. Brigus goes fourth to get away fifth. On the cones is Hippie John. Then sixth is Cheeky Play. Seventh is Solid Silver. And trailing the field, here's to Art leading the field. Braxton's Boy and Jill Barrio by 2 at the quarter. Second is Laugh Again Hanover, racing from third. Towards that inside will be Macho Phil. Then in fourth, that's Brigus. Around the turn, Hippie John is fifth. Cheeky Play races from sixth. Then seventh, that's Solid Silver. Here's to Art is 8:28 and 2 was the opening quarter. Down the stretch they come. Braxton's Boy sent off as the post-time favorite is the midway point leader. Brigus comes early on the outside to take over second. Third up the rail, Laugh Again Hanover. Then in fourth, that's Macho Phil. Hippie John fifth. Racing six, Cheeky Play. Solid Silver. Here's to Art. 57 and 2 for an opening half mile. Up the backstretch they go to three quarters. Braxton's Boy out in front. Brigus now the challenger. Third up the rail, Laugh Again Hanover. Then in fourth, that's Macho Phil. Hippie John continues fifth. Then Cheeky Play sixth. Solid Silver seventh. Here's to Art on the outside. Trails by three quarters now in 1:26 and 1. Braxton's Boy clear by 2. Laugh Again Hanover second. Third, that is Macho Phil. Hippie John is fourth. And down the home stretch, Braxton's Boy gonna take them all the way in the Super High Five with Barrios double. Laugh Again Hanover was second. Macho Phil third. Time for the mile, 1:54 and 1. The inquiry sign is now lit on the infield tote board. There is a judge's inquiry here in the 13th. Retain your tickets. Judge's inquiry involves the conduct of race number 13 after the three quarters.
Okay, we're going to take a look at this Universal Media slow-mo here for the race 13 finale, Jeff May Memorial, and it's Barrio again for the late double, this time with Braxton's Boy.
A class drop and pop and unfamiliar territory on the lead, on the engine here to snap that 0 for 15 skid on the season. 28-2, 57-2, 126 and 1, 154 and 1 by far a new lifetime mark for the 5-year-old by Hoosier Boy. Jill's Barrio, Richard Armstrong, the trainer. Laugh Again Hanover finishes second. Macho Phil third. It's Braxton Boy who snaps the skid with a mile of his life in the finale, and we'll see Braxton's Boy and Jill's Barrio with a sweep of the late double in the Crown Rust-Proofing Winner Circle next.
There's Braxton's Boy going to the 13th race. Winner's Circle, Bay Pacing Gelding, the 5-year-old son of Hoosier Boy. From the Badlands Hanover Dam, Nitrous Force, owned by Rick Armstrong and Mark Gallant of Summerside. Bred by Richard and Janet Ray of Manitoba. Trained by Ricky Armstrong, and the Maritime Magic Man completes the late Daily Double. Gilles Barriol, new record for the horse on the wire-to-wire win in 154. And a 1/5. Braxton's Boy at the winner's circle, the Jeff May Memorial Cooler presentation. Now the results of the 13th race inquiry, racing officials deemed that 6 Cheeky Play finished 5th and will be placed 8th for interference on numbers 3, 7, and 8 after the 3/4. Here's the official results. Braxton's Boy, the winner. Laugh Again Hanover, 2nd. Hippie John, 4th. Macho Phil was 3rd. Brigus finished 6th, was placed 5th. Cheeky Play finished 5th, was placed 8th for interference. Solid Silver finished 7th, placed 6th. Here's to Art, finished 8th, placed 7th. 28 and 2, 57 and 2, 126 and 1, and the mile 154 and 1. In review after the placings, 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, 8, 6, 7. Braxton's Boy paid $3.20. The Exactor $5. The Triactor $13.90. The Gilberto Daily Double $6.50, and the Super High 5 $15.54. Ladies and gentlemen, that will complete our live presentation on this night here at the driving park. The Par Mutual handle $175,642. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.